all that.
All right, so that was just a test. This is the open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we start with the roll call?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here?
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Bana is absent, Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Let's see. Right, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Thomas Butt versus Eduardo Martinez, Thomas Butt versus Gail McLaughlin, and Norma Ellis versus City of Richmond. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations include SEIU, Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3, conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at 12th and McDonald. Agency negotiators are Nanette Beecham. Negotiating parties, SAA EVI Richmond Partners LLC, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. We have one public speaker. I do not see anyone online that would like to address the council. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Please start.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. I want you to think about these organizations. They have put in a lot of work to make this city of Richmond a bigger and better place to live. So when you go into closed session, think about all that hard work they have put in. And as far as like the 12th and McDonald, I have passed through there every time, and it's like, it's a wonderful opportunity for affordable housing. So when you go into the closed session, let those thoughts, let it sink in for what I'm saying. That's it.
If that is it, then public comment is closed, and we will retire for closed session. Boom.
Anyway, I'll let you know.
Bada boom. All right, attention everyone. It is now time. Everyone in the audience, may I have your attention?
Close the middle. I don't know, is that a fire thing?
Yes. Everyone? Yes.
Thoughts, I guess.
All right, if you want to be here all night, you can party on.
Cut the gap.
Okay, let us begin the meeting. And we generally have an aisle down the middle, so if you would like to sit together, you could move over to one side. So for safety reasons, we need to have that aisle open. Thank you. All right, roll call.
Pledge. Pledge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pledge of Allegiance. Rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, we may have our roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review.
Yes, I would like to move item, let me see, item P4 after to follow P1.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am?
may I?
Yes.
I would like to suggest that we move council members' report item Q to its original place after open forum.
Its original place has always been at the end
How come we have it at the beginning?
because we moved it to the beginning as an experiment, but we found that council members tend to talk longer at the beginning than they do at the end.
Yeah, but we don't get the chance. Okay, I'll fill a form for public comment.
Okay?
Can I ask that M5A be moved to next council, just to have more time to answer the questions that we had been asking staff?
Okay, so you want to move in,
Yeah, M5A, I'm not saying that we take care of consent calendar next time, but I feel like a few city council has been asking staff for some questions and we haven't received all that answer. So I think like it will be good to receive that answers before we vote on this item.
okay? So, staff, will that impact, is this something that is time sensitive?
Well, we were trying to complete planting along the medians in advance of the rainy season, but HR is prepared to do a presentation this evening because we anticipated it would be pulled, but if it's the pleasure of the council to discuss it next week, we're happy to do so.
So this is N5A, which
Yeah.
is on the consent calendar.
Yes, the position control item, but just due to the volume of questions, city staff did prepare a presentation with the anticipation that it may be pulled or you may want to have a discussion.
Okay. So knowing that, would you still want to pull it? I mean, do you want to pull it or?
Let's move it to other, I am not saying that we should take it out of consent calendar, it's just moving it and receive this information.
Okay, well then,
Thank you.
In 5A will be heard at the next city council meeting. Actually, it will be on the consent, moved to the consent calendar.
Okay.
And yeah, so, hopefully we can have all questions answered. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're moving item P4 directly after P1. And then we are continuing item N5A. That's to amend the position control list and allocate the necessary funds as required to the October 15th meeting.
Correct.
Is that it? Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, we discussed the Norma Elsa versus City of Richmond case. We gave direction for settlement. On the item of C2, conference with labor negotiators, we gave a status report on negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to the real property item, C3, property at 12th and McDonald, there was a status report on those negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. With respect to, there's two matters listed involving Thomas Butt versus our mayor, Eduardo Martinez, and also a Thomas Butt versus Councilmember Gail McLaughlin. Obvious, those are not personal lawsuits with those individuals. That is against the city and the whole council. Both of those are items that were filed by Thomas Butt, represented by his son Daniel Butt. Those two items actually resulted in tentative rulings in favor of the city a couple weeks ago, and now we have the final ruling. The case involving Eduardo Martinez involves the project of Terminal 1. On that project, we had to get that agreement, an amended land disposition agreement that was actually entered into at the end of 2022. To get that signed, it appeared that the mayor was out of town, so we had the vice mayor come in and execute the documents. When the mayor then, Tom Butt, objected to signature by the vice mayor, contending that only he could sign the agreements, we then made additional arrangements for him to come in and sign the documents. But indeed, he was out of town. Despite giving him 3 opportunities to sign the documents, he did not do so. The court ruled in that case that the signature, that the city prevailed both for procedural reasons and also because the Tom Butt did not make himself available to execute the documents. The vice mayor did, and those documents were valid, and the lawsuit was not well-founded. And the other case, this involved a council meeting on March 7th, 2023, where the mayor was absent and Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin acted as the mayor. Tom Butt had a lawsuit filed over that, claiming that given the term limits and that Gail McLaughlin was no longer in position to act as mayor, she could not act as vice mayor. However, the charter provides that the council can elect a vice mayor, and the vice mayor has various duties, and one of the duties is to act as in the position of mayor when the mayor is absent and not available to perform his duties. That is exactly the reason why there is a vice mayor. So In this case, we also prevailed. Again, we prevailed on procedural grounds, but also the court found that Vice Mayor McLaughlin was serving as the vice mayor, not as the mayor. She didn't violate term limits. And that, in fact, by the time this lawsuit occurred, one of the things that that Daniel Butt was seeking was an injunction. And of course, by the time the lawsuit was heard, Gail McLaughlin was no longer the vice mayor, but Claudia had become the vice mayor. So basically the issues were moot. But I think this is an important case because when the council decides to appoint somebody as vice mayor, they don't have to disqualify all prior mayors. And in fact, in this situation, the council, we had 4 new council members, or 3 new council members, and they felt that having an experienced person serve in the role of vice mayor was a responsible position, and that's why she was put in that position. So in the future, if somebody were to proceed down that line, we've already had litigation, and it's been shown that a former mayor could serve as the vice mayor because the duties of the vice mayor are different than the duties of the mayor. So I just wanted, in reporting that outcome, there is no reportable future action. That was basically a report on those litigation matters to the council, but the outcome is public, and we wanted to make sure the public was aware of that. That concludes my closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please display the PowerPoint? Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and Richmond community. The information being shared with you tonight can be accessed through the City Manager's weekly report on the city's website or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. Slide 3, please. Next slide. Thank you. I'm excited to announce the Taste of Richmond, and also rebranded as Restaurant Week. The Taste of Richmond is back for 2024. This year, the celebration will expand from a one-day event to an entire week, running from October 7th through October 13th, presented by the City of Richmond's Economic Development Commission, which is staffed by City of Richmond Economic Development staff, Nanette Beecham, Lizette Zepeda, lead in supporting them. So they have put together the Taste of Richmond Restaurant Week that will offer 7 days of specially curated menus, unique promotions, and exciting events from our local eateries. The event aims to highlight both long-standing local favorites and new culinary gems, giving food lovers the chance to explore the rich and varied flavors of Richmond. Participating restaurants will feature price-fixed menus, signature dishes, and exclusive experiences, allowing everyone to savor the best of the city's culinary scene at their own pace. For a full list of participating restaurants, event schedules, and special offer, please follow at Taste of Richmond CA on Instagram or email tasteofrichmondca@gmail.com. Next slide. Chief Smith, can you please come forward? I would like to publicly acknowledge Interim Fire Chief Michael Smith for his dedication to the City of Richmond for the last 11 months. His decision to come out of retirement and step up during a time of need is deeply appreciated. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Interim Chief Smith for his exceptional service to our community. I sincerely appreciate the time he spent with us, and I know he is looking forward to going back into retirement and enjoying time with his lovely wife. That's why I have flowers here this evening, Chief Smith. This is for your lovely wife, because without her, agreeing to part with you during your retirement for a while. We would not have had the pleasure of having you at our service. So, so one set of these flowers are for her. And also, we know that you're going to enjoy spending time with your great-grandchildren and, of course, your beloved race car.
Mayor Martinez, Council, City Manager Curl, I just want to thank you for the opportunity that I had to be here for 11 months. And, you know, this was probably the most fun that I've ever had in my career, my fire service career, and my 15 years as a fire chief. I mean, we established some things. We got a lot of things done in 11 months, probably more than I have in any other 11-month period in my whole career. But you have a great fire department. You have great personnel that work hard. They show up every day. They don't complain, and they get the work done. I think they need to be recognized. There are some things that the fire department needs that will be, I'm sure, relayed to the city manager. And I just want to say thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm hope I don't ever have to come back here again as the interim fire chief. Only because the permanent fire chief who will be announced will have a very long career here. And it was very important. I think it was it was a very good decision to select a Richmond homegrown to step in to be the fire chief. And I commend you for that. Just thank you very much.
Thank
Sorry
you.
my wife couldn't be here. She's
No, it's okay. I want you to
she's-
bring these home to her so she knows we appreciate
I'll take
you.
them home to her. I will. She's recovering from shingles, so she couldn't come.
Yeah.
And that was the reason why we didn't go on our cruise last week. But yeah, but
Okay,
thank you so much.
So I would like to give these to Chief Smith, and then I have another announcement, please.
Okay, under the city manager's report, we have a new employee report.
Pardon me, Ms. Christian, one more thing, please.
Okay, sorry.
Also, I would like to congratulate Fire Chief Osorio, who becomes our new fire chief tomorrow. I'm pleased to announce that I have selected Deputy Chief Aaron Rosario as the next permanent fire chief for the city of Richmond. I trust that our residents and colleagues will be well taken care of under his leadership and guidance. Chief Osorio has 25 years of experience in fire service, 22 of which have been with the city of Richmond. So we're pretty close and similar in timing. He has filled every operational rank from firefighter to deputy fire chief. Aaron has also served in various specialized assignments such as training director, EMS coordinator, infection control officer, and EOC director. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Fire Administration and is also a California State Fire Marshal Certified Chief Officer, Company Officer, and State Instructor. Chief Osorio also holds numerous certifications in fire, rescue, hazardous materials, and incident command. He and his wife Maria have been married for over 26 years and have 2 sons. Please join me in congratulating Fire Chief Osorio, and these flowers are... And these flowers are for Miss Osorio, because without her, we know that it would be harder for Aaron to be as happy as he is when he is at work with us. And she allows him to spend an inordinate amount of time here serving our Richmond community, and he always does an outstanding job. So I just want to say thank you, Chief, and we're excited to have you in your new role.
Mr. Mayor and the council, I just like to say thank you for having the faith in me to lead this organization. It's a great sense of pride to lead the organization. I've been part of it for 22 years, and I know inside and out, and I look forward to serving the community for many more years to come and working together with each and every one of you, so thank you.
Okay. So now we have our new employee report.
Okay, CRT, can you load the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Next slide. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council Member Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm pleased to share with you our new hires for the month of September. We have Mr. Sean Gage, our new Business License Specialist in Finance. Jenny Natalia Suarez, Library Aide in the Library Department. Artie Moore is actually a return employee. He came back as an electrician in our Public Works Department. Welcome back, Artie. We have a senior civil engineer in Public Works, Halal Hamden. Jasmine Brown is our new HR analyst in Human Resources. Ralph Williams III, permit technician in Public Works. Adriana Ramos, recreation program leader, recreation. Shane Zaviasa, I'm sorry about that, Hollis, administrative student intern in recreation. Please forgive me. Crystal De La Luz, administrative intern, recreation. Rafael Hernandez Moreno, groundskeeper in Public Works. Cheyenne Lewis, recreation program leader, recreation. Eric Andrade, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Ernest Blanks, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Terrion Ellis, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Daniel Serra Garcia, maintenance aide 2 in Public Works. Jorge Barrientos Granados, groundskeeper, Public Works. And we have promotions this month. Yvonne Lima, our new Communications Center manager in the Police Department. Avanish Nadan, Finance Manager 2 in Finance. Rita Martinez, Finance Manager 2 in Finance. Gabriel Ship, Librarian 2, Community Services Library. Brian Rodriguez, Equipment Operator, Public Works. And that completes my report. Thank you very much and congratulations to our new appointees.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remained on the consent calendar and then items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. There is no back and forth dialogue with the council. That's prohibited. If there's anyone joining us online, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to address the council under open forum. We'll start with the 10 speakers in person, and then we'll move to the online speakers. As I call your name, please line up to address the council. And the speakers are Cordell Hindler, Eugenia Looney, Sione Kirby, Felicia King, Crystal Polidor, Solomon Irvin, Antoine Claude, Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell. Our last speaker, in-person speaker, will be Sohila Bana. Cordell Hindler.
That's me. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. I was watching the last meeting last Tuesday, and I was very appalled to see elected officials like yourselves acting like children. Because for me, when I looked at that tape, I was horrified to see this type of behavior. All you had to do was move on to the next items. And I don't mean to say it. I say it out of respect, but to me, that left a bad feeling in me, because when you see people watching this at home, they're like, why is the council acting like this? Because they had 2 big items on the agenda. And that hurts me, because I couldn't even think to myself, How is it possible for other city councils in the past to act like this? But I've attended other city council meetings in West County, and they get along. If they can get along, so can you. So we need to set some boundaries, meaning that we have to act at a decorum for everybody. Everybody in this room, they want to hear what you all have to say. But in order for you to hear us, we have to listen to you. But we need to do that the right way. So as Henry Gardner once said, you got to treat your city staff with respect because they have life outside of work. And I have felt bad for when I wanted to hear that presentation, which you will hear later about paratransit. That left a bad feeling in my mouth. So we need to show some respect. To get respect, to earn respect. So in the words of Sister Act 2, if you want to be somebody, you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. Because come next month, Election Day, oh, there's going to be some changes coming. I guarantee you. So hopefully, y'all need to get it together. So that's it.
Eugenia Looney. Eugenia Looney.
Good evening. I am a lifelong resident of Richmond, and I just wanted to bring to the attention an injustice for my goddaughter. She was murdered 5 minutes away from her home. Her brother was shot at the same time, and I don't see any type of emotion or any type of movement by the police force to try to solve her crimes. Normally in our community, there's a silence code that we keep and don't bring forward any information, but this is not the case in this situation. We are a family who are willing to help and are trying to find justice for her, and there is no movement towards anyone trying to help us do that. Her mother had to bury her child who was carrying a child while trying to rejoice in the fact that one child was not killed, and there's no way to do that. She can't find any comfort in her surviving child because he is suffering from survivor's remorse from having his sister killed right in front of him. In this community, my community, I felt like it would be more to be done to bring these people to justice for her basic assassination for just being in her neighborhood. They were locked out of the hospital when they tried to get there. There are several things I can bring up in this 2 minutes, but I don't have enough time. I just need to bring forward the injustice that has not been served. Micaiah needs justice. Her mom needs justice. Her siblings need justice. We all need justice. Thank you.
Sione Kirby. Sione Kirby. No. It's Sioney Kirby. Okay. Felicia King.
Good evening, Felicia King. I would like to say good evening to the Richmond city leaders. I am a current resident of Vallejo, but I felt like the city of Richmond was a second home to me because my family is here. I'm here also to speak on behalf of Justice for Micaiah. Although today is October the 1st, in many ways we are still stuck on June the 18th of this year. That is the day that our lives were forever changed with this tragic, senseless, unprovoked act of gun violence. The fact that it happened to an absolutely innocent victim, both her and her brother were totally innocent. The family is struggling with how, when, what, how to go forward. But I think as city leaders that you should have as much outrage as we do about the fact that, number one, it happened, and number two, that we have no closure, and the mother, the grieving mother, has no assistance in what she needs to do with her next steps and to help with raising the kids that she has. We are struggling with the fact that we have not had any type of resolution on the case. The latest update that I have, because we are very intent on getting justice for Micaiah. We will not rest until we get justice for Micaiah because she deserved it. She earned it. In her 21 short years, she earned every bit of justice that we seek for her. We are asking the city leaders to help us with this police investigation. My stepdaughter has told me.
Your time has expired, ma'am. Sorry.
We
Our
need
next-
help getting the case
Ma'am, your time has
resolved.
expired.
And the police department is not helping us. We are stalled in the fact that the detective is on paternity leave.
Thank you. There's other speakers who are going to speak on this. Maybe they can continue where you left off.
No.
That's not allowable.
Our next speaker is Crystal Polidor. You can go to that mic right there and press the button. There you go.
Hi, my name's Crystal Polidor, and I'm Micaiah's grandmother. And I'm really adjusting these comments to Melvin Willis. You're the councilman for District 1, which is Triangle Court, which is a horrible place right now. And also, we're receiving horrible police work into getting some help with this. And then another thing, she can't go back to her house. She doesn't feel good. She doesn't feel safe. She has another child that has been shot in his neck and groin. And then he's afraid, and like Felicia said, that's her other grandmother, that he wouldn't feel safe there. And he has remorse on Micaiah being shot. They were at a store on my birthday, June 18th. I think they stopped to get some candles. And they just seen him driving and at the store, and when he come out, people just fired at him. Police is not answering me back. The man that's supposed to be on maternity leave, the other sergeant told me he was there, but just not in the office. I've called, my daughter's called, and everybody has been trying to reach them. This happened June 18th, and they say they arrested one suspect and had a gun, but they let him go. But they're not telling us crap, not nothing. And like you said, we need justice for her. She was a nice young lady, traveled the world with me, her mother, everybody. Got a beauty license, working out a beauty shop. She was just pregnant, you know, that she could do no wrong. I mean, I haven't had my hair combed decent since she left, but just for her. And Willis, I hope you do something about Triangle Court, please, and the police department. Thank you.
Solomon Urban.
Hello. How you guys doing? My name is Solomon Urban. I'm here basically representation for District 5. I'm a director of Seven America's Youth. I've been in District 5 pretty much my whole life. This weekend, I'm throwing a 3-on-3 basketball tournament in the Southeast area. Due to the fact there was a fire at the community center, Booker T. Anderson Center, I was raised at that center. We're throwing a big 3-on-3 basketball tournament. I was told about a free waiver program that we did the free waivers with the Richmond Recreation. And pretty much from the Richmond Recreation, I was told we will be able to receive the free waiver, then things would change. So pretty much I want to help the kids in that area through youth basketball and football. I've been doing it for over like probably 15 years, and I just see it's an issue in that district now that the kids they don't really have anything to do. And yeah, we just want to help. I have Richmond Pals going to be there at October 5th. They'll be there. Stephen Parker, which is a radio personality, he'll be at the event. So we're just asking. I did receive an email from Ms. Gill. Thank you for your email and consideration. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're just asking that if we can get help for that community, and also because these kids can't afford these fees and prices. I do have a 501c3. We do have the place insured for this weekend, and I have security. We have PAL cadets coming, so we're just asking, yeah, if we can possibly, if you guys can agree to those waivers, yeah, for the city of Richmond this weekend. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Antoine Clord, followed by Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, good evening, Antoine Clord. You know, I was going to say something else, but you know, after hearing this family, y'all have heard 20 years of vicarious trauma laid on you by one family. Let's look at all the other families who have had this service here in our community around homicide, gun violence, that we ain't never addressed. But it took a family right now to stand up for their loved one in your district. You better do something, player, because it's voting time. You know what I'm saying? It's showtime now in Richmond, because everything is changing. You didn't move everybody out that's black. Our black footprint is about to leave, left up to y'all. Shit, I was trying to go somewhere else, but y'all, thank you for letting me come back to who I really am. Fighting for the people who come here and tell you about our pain. You don't even come to the hood. Melvin, you do. I ain't gonna even tell that lie. You come to the hood. But y'all don't come to the hood and hear our pain, and hear our suffering when them guns going off and our people laying down the street and these women out here hollering for real. Have you ever heard a woman holler when her kid is laying in there in the pool of blood and that scream that come out your mouth? Oh my God. You don't hear that. You don't see that where you live at. But come on down to the bottoms where P7 there, down near the Triangle, in the St. John's, in the Barrett Apartments. Come on down there sometime and when something go down and hear how our people crying for healing mechanisms that they don't get. But I'm gonna tell y'all this, if y'all don't direct this family to Diane Beckton, I'm gonna say who they need to go to Diane Beckton, to that service, and get them some victim services to relocate this family. That's what she asking for. She don't know how to verbalize it. I'm gonna help her out. She need relocation services. She need victim witness protection. Don't breathe, just leave. She need to get up out of here. That's what she's telling you. She's going through, she's traumatized, and she can't express herself. So I'm gonna do it for you, sister. I know what I'm talking about. So you need to go. You need to help them people call Diane Beckton, player, for real. I got love for you, man. That's why I can talk to you like that and look at you for real. You need to get Diane Beckton and DeWanda Jacobs and help these people relocate from out of that area. Because it ain't over, y'all.
Your time has expired.
My name is Antoine. Thank you for letting me share.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Jamin Purcell.
You know, when you take a note to the Constitution, you do not support radical Islam. You don't support Antifa and all these other radical groups that was burning down America, defunding the police, stopping ICE from enforcing immigration laws. You don't do these things. We know for a fact that the city council did do these things. There was supporting radical Islam, standing next to the flag. I mean, this got to be the most dumbest thing I ever seen in my entire life. And I want the people that mark their calendars on October 6th at 10:30 on Channel 26 Comcast every Sunday night. I do a half hour on the election, and I uploaded the video of Petey getting shot. You can see him getting shot and falling down to the ground. Plus, I did about 10 minutes on the violence in Richmond. I was there when it all first started in 2004. I was at the first tent city. It was me, a cop, and 2 other people, and Mark Gagan. That was it. And I'm the only one that has footage of the tent city. Right now, we have 3 people running on the same ticket on the city council. who wants to stay on the city council
me,
because
sir.
you have a
You
dictatorship.
cannot
This is what it is,
politic.
people. You have a dictatorship, and they are not recognizing any of our constitutional laws. And we know for a fact they're going to do everything they can to stay on this city council. This is not a democracy, people. These people are going to try everything they can. They have to lie, con the people to stay on that city council. This is what you call a Marxist regime. Even Eduardo Martinez admitted that's a democratic Marxist regime. And I don't know what's wrong with you people by voting for these people. And Willis, he hasn't said nothing about anything about the violence. He doesn't care. He's too busy doing his RPA stuff. So vote for me for city council.
Oh, God. Jamin Purcell.
I also was going to speak on something else. I would just say that I do think we are making a lot of improvements. We have the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which has been making great inroads to be able to try and bring down our violent crimes here in Richmond. We have a mental health services department that is being brought down from the county, but we also have the community crisis response to be able to address some of these issues. But we do desperately need a lot more services within the city. This has been something we haven't been able to do because of the austerity for so many years, and I'm really hopeful that we will be able to provide those services that we have so desperately needed for so long. I think part of that is also perhaps people should know what the role of city council is and how strong our city manager is and how strong our departments are and what they've been doing, because there's been a lot of things that have been improving in the city, and unfortunately we don't hear about them, and unfortunately we hear more often at times when things go horribly wrong. I do hope that this family is able to have some answers and to be able to get some services. But I do know that we still got a long way to go, and I look forward to seeing what further improvements we'll make.
Sohi Labana.
Thank you. Well, I would like to acknowledge the pain of loss of the Makaya's family. We are all very touched. I'm sure Melvin's going to reach out to you, and we'll do our best. The issue of transferring, actually, a housing voucher from one county to another has come up by Office of Neighborhood Safety, and we're working on it. So I would like to invite everyone to the open house at Fire Station 64, where you can meet Chief Osorio and hopefully Chief Smith in person. I would like to thank them both very much for their help in organizing this event. It's this Sunday, October 6th, from noon to 3 p.m. There will be food, music by our pal. It's going to be a fun community event, so please join us and pass the word. And finally, I would like to inform you I won't be here next week. My husband and I are invited by our children to go on a family vacation. So I'm going to miss the next meeting, but I'll be here for the meeting after that. Thank you. Oh, sorry, next meeting is October 15th. I'll miss that.
Next week, nobody's here next
Yes, it's a 2-week vacation. I'll leave right after the open house.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the speakers online, and Sabrina will call the speakers.
We have 3 hands raised at this time: Jesse Turan, Benjamin Terrio, and a caller with the initials KW. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jessie Turan. I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California. I have been homeless for, I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5 years now. So Richmond has a lot of money coming in the form of grants, like a lot, like tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. And A lot of this is grants specifically to aid with housing and chronic homelessness. And yet it still has no concrete plan. My husband and I, we have been put in motels repeatedly over and over and over again for chunks of time, but it's all temporary housing. There's no long-term housing. It's continually little band-aid measures, really, really expensive band-aid measures. And we're not the only ones experiencing this. The city could save unimaginable amount of money just by doing RV parks for the chronically homeless. Make residency requirements based upon enrollment in job training, in job skills training, and that way the homeless would become a strength. It would become something that would draw businesses to the area. We would become an asset instead of a weakness. Talk to the homeless. Talk to me. I have ideas, but no one will listen to them. No one respects people who live in vehicle-shaped houses instead of house-shaped houses. It makes no sense. We're the ones who know what's going on. Talk to us, respect us, listen to us. Stop ignoring us. Stop spending money on nothing. Stop wasting our money. It's not fair to the homeless, and it's not fair to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ben Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. It's extremely discomforting to hear those remarks tonight. Unfortunately, many of us who work on these streets, the officers and sergeants, they hear it quite frequently. And, quite frankly, the council as a whole, dismantled community policing. We used to have more than double the amount of homicide investigators that we had. And it just goes back to RPD being defunded. 2020, permanent loss of 34 positions, $5.8 million lost, taken away. 2021, $3 million removed, permanent loss of another 12 sworn officers. And that doesn't include people who, officers that RPD lost due to retirement and resignation. We got sideshows, people shooting guns off in the middle of the sideshows. We get kind of a word salad response, which, it's appreciated, Mr. Mayor, but it's just not enough. This council has talked about sideshows like probably, I don't know, 3 times in 2021. Nothing's happened. So nothing gets done, nothing changes. And it's hard when we're stretched super thin and there's not enough done to address our staffing. And, I keep hearing we gave a raise 3 years ago. And it's like, well, that only brought us up to median and it was almost 3 years ago. So you got to do something to increase the staffing. It has to be done. Or how can we serve the community and not hear things like this where there's not enough services to go around? It's extremely disheartening, but it's understandable. Council needs to do more for its police department. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker. I don't see any other hands raised.
Our next item is to approve the consent calendar. And item N5A has been continued. Let's see. N5A is to amend the position control list and allocate the necessary funding as required. That item has been continued to October 15th. So we need a motion.
Motion?
I move the consent calendar.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved by Vice Mayor Jimenez, seconded by Councilmember Cepeda.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Willis is absent for this vote. The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent. Our next item is under budget, the budget session. Item O1. And that item, if I can click it, is to receive the fiscal year 2023 through 2024 quarter four report for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and adopt resolutions to appropriate proposed administrative year-end budget adjustments for fiscal year 23-24, and adopt a policy regarding unspent funds, appropriations, and appropriate unspent funds in fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and Richmond residents. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? This evening, we are back to provide your quarter four financial report and administrative adjustments for your consideration. This is a lovely picture of Cinco de Mayo, everyone celebrating and having a great time in our community. Next slide. This evening, we will review recommended action from staff and the council from your last meeting when you adopted the budget. We'll talk about some potential fiscal challenges, general fund revenue and expenditures, and non-general fund revenue and expenditures. Wanted to also let the council know that at this juncture, between the general fund, non-general fund, and grants, we're at nearly $500 million a year in terms of the budget. And so really do appreciate the time and effort that finance staff and all of the city staff that are involved with financial matters, which are a great number. That's how we're able to deliver services and support the residents is through the budget. And so just want to acknowledge them and thank them for all of their work, because this is very complicated and it's very nuanced, and they do a great job. Also, the council, if you're so inclined, you can provide some direction on unspent funds and how to appropriate them. And we would like to discuss next steps and questions. Some of the things that we have lined up to come before you after this item is considered in the coming months, we'd like to provide an ARPA update. And then we also have appropriations for soccer fields and park updates, and we also have a Q1 report and seeking your input on your CIP master plan components. And so with that, next slide. This is the proposed recommended action, and so we're asking you to receive the report, adopt a resolution, and appropriate administrative year-end adjustments, and these are things that you have considered throughout the fiscal year that we need to clean up. So that way we don't hopefully end up with audit findings, and so our ACFR is nice and clean. You can consider adopting a policy regarding unspent funds, or we're happy to continue to discuss that if you're not ready to do that this evening. And if you're so inclined, again, you may appropriate unspent funds. This picture here is a lovely mural public art project at Parkchester. And so you can see residents and members of the community out painting, and it looks really nice now. Next slide. With that, I will turn it over to Finance to go through the presentation, and then I will talk a little bit about the options further on in the presentation.
Thank you, Shasa. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. This slide presents local economic challenges. Our non-farm payrolls for the second quarter is at $17,900 and projected to remain fairly constant for the third and fourth quarters of calendar year 2024 through the first quarter of calendar year 2025. The unemployment rate for quarter two was 5.5%, with slight increases in quarters 3 and 4 projected. As you can see from the graph on the right-hand side, in 2022, the unemployment rate was back down to pre-COVID levels of 3.4%. Richmond has historically had a slightly higher unemployment rate as compared to neighboring communities. Gross domestic product, or GDP, for quarter two is at 3.3 million and remains constant at 3.3 million each quarter through fiscal year, through quarter one of 2025. And the last note on economic is that home prices for Q2 averaged about $740,000, with slight increases projected through Q1 of 2025, up to $790,000. Next slide, please. Looking forward on the horizon, even though the city's ending fiscal year 2023-24 on a fairly positive note, has adopted a structurally balanced 2024-25 budget. There's still significant fiscal matters that the city, should remain aware of. CalPERS pension unfunded liability is at $396.4 million. Other post-employment benefits unfunded liability remains at $77.3 million. We're looking at CalPERS healthcare premiums for 2025. We're projecting a 10.795% increase and continuing to decrease the citywide vacancy rate, as well as upcoming bargaining unit negotiations, which will commence in 2025. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of our original adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24, which was balanced at $225,374,600. The revised budget reflected an anticipated use of fund balance in the amount of $16.3 million. And the estimated unaudited year-end actual shows revenue coming in at 102% above 102% variance, that's 2% above budget, and the expenditures are coming in at 94% or 6% below the budget, which represents a net surplus or unspent amount of $3.5 million. Next slide, please. This slide provides a little more detail of our general fund revenue. Several revenue categories, as I mentioned, came in higher than anticipated budget. I'll highlight a few. Property tax, that's about $1.6 million above budget. Sales and use tax, about $3.7 million above budget. And utility users tax came in about $1.1 million above budget. The other tax category, although that was below budget, I do want to highlight it came in at 77% of budget. The other tax category also includes our documentary transfer tax, which staff has previously presented that it was, although budgeted at $13 million, it came in at just around $8 million. And staff is now providing monthly updates to the City Council in conjunction with our monthly investment report. The licenses, permits, and fees category came in about $800,000 above budget, and use of money and property, which is our interest earnings, was more than double the amount of budget at $1.9 million above budget. There is a request of $1.3 million from our PTORs, or pension tax override, which reflects the balance that can be transferred to general fund once all of the pension debt is paid, and including our first payment in fiscal year 2024-25 that can be used for qualifying expense such as CalPERS. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows a graphical overview of the information that I just presented. It makes it a little easier to see. The red bar represents the revised budget amount, and the blue bar represents the estimated year-end actuals, so it just gives you a slightly better picture of the information I just shared. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures, they came in at, as I stated, 94% of budget. That's 6% below budget. There were several categories where expenditure savings occurred. Highlighting the vacancy savings, there was about $4.6 million remaining 5% below budget, as there were some vacant positions that remained unfilled at the end of the fiscal year. There was $6.5 million in professional and administrative services, which was about 30% below budget. $1.9 million savings in other operating category, which was about 22% below budget, and $2.9 million in equipment and contract services, which was about 36% below budget. Next slide, please. Again, this is a graphical overview showing the information I just shared in detail, but just makes it a little easier to see year over year. Next slide, please. The non-general fund, our original adopted budget was about $229,500,000. The revised budget was $313,126,000, with estimated year-end actuals $223,722,000, or about 71% of the budget. These non-general fund groups includes our capital improvement projects that, based on the nature of capital improvement projects, they span multiple fiscal years. So the revenue is often received after the expenditure occurs for funding sources such as reimbursable grants. And in some cases, the revenue is already recognized in prior years and is reflected in the fund balance. Other operating funds consist of cost recovery, special district funds, and employment and training and stormwater. And in special revenue funds, they consist of grants as well as special purpose funds. Next slide, please. And again, there's an overview, and you'll see the categories that I highlight, mainly in the capital improvement funds category, enterprise, and the special revenue funds, where there are more variances based on the nature of those funds and their purposes. Next slide, please. Non-general fund expenditure category. Again, with capital projects, they span multiple fiscal years, so you'll see that there was about 20% of the budget used. Again, a lot of the budget was reflected in the first year, and only 23.9, just under 24 million was spent. But again, that's the nature of capital projects. They span multiple fiscal years, and you will not see all the expenditures in one year. Our debt service funds expenditures were right on par on budget there. Enterprise funds spent about half of the budget appropriation for the fiscal year. And housing funds that are earmarked for specific programs also spans multiple fiscal years, which is why you'll see the actuals below budget in that category. Next slide, please. And again, there's the graphical overview. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the administrative budget adjustments, and I won't go over them all in detail. Attachment 2 of the staff report provides the details of the administrative budget adjustments in details. I will just highlight that there's, in the general fund, the first row there, we are, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, in the revenue, there's the $1.3 million revenue adjustment and the $782,000 expenditure adjustment. And again, they're just administrative budget adjustments in nature, and the actuals have already taken place in many regards. Next slide, please. This slide just shows a picture of the general fund reserve. In fiscal year 2022-23, the general fund audited reserve was $55,196,962, which was approximately 24.5% of the fiscal year 2023-24 adopted budget at the time. As a reminder, the city's target budget is 21% of the budget we allocate in reserves for rainy day purposes. Based on the fiscal year 2024-25 general fund adopted budget, the 21% reserve is $52,272,428. So we are showing that there is currently $2.9 million above the policy target, and you'll see in the next couple of slides we're including that in the availability of unspent funds for council's purposes. Next slide, please. So this just shows a recap of the fiscal year 2023-24 general fund unspent funds. And again, these numbers are unaudited. We are in the year-end close phase, and our audit begins on the 15th of this month. So again, we had a year-end surplus or unspent funds of $3.5 million. Based on our policy that there is an additional 10% contribution to our other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, of $351,888. Similarly, there is a 10% additional contribution to the pension fund for the same amount. So there's an additional, there's the unspent reduction of $2,815,000. The reserve above the policy target, as I mentioned in a few slides ago, was $2.9 million, plus the unspent funds remaining of $2.8 million, which brings to an estimated year-end unspent fund amount of $5,735,634. Next slide, please. And with that, I will turn it over to Shasa.
Thank you. On this slide, we are presenting two options on slide 18 and 19 for the City Council's consideration, and provide some additional context on the unspent funds funds and support that's been provided to the unhoused on slide 20. And so the items that are listed here indicate that you have the LEAP graduation. That was wonderful. Some of you attended. It was a beautiful event, so that's been completed. We're happy to continue to budget for that next fiscal year. We also have an additional request from Public Works for $100,000 to assist with program implementation for the mobile vendor program and the sidewalk vendor ordinance. Regarding Borman Park, at the time of development of the staff report, staff were estimating that it would be approximately $1.9 million additional that would need to be provided. After the staff report was completed today, about 5 minutes before the meeting started, I had a conversation with our CIP manager and was informed that the engineer's estimate was low, primarily because the quantities for the type of cleanup that needs to be completed are larger than it was anticipated. So that means that we were anticipating expending in the neighborhood of $3 million on the cleanup, and the bids received ranged between 5 and 5.5 million. And it has been, staff has worked diligently to confirm that these bids are competitive and reflect the fair market value for the scope of work. And again, the primary reason for that is the delta between the engineer's estimate that were due to inaccurate quantities. And at this juncture, in order to move forward with Borman Park and the grant deadlines, we have until September 19th to hold the bids and accept them as current. That essentially means before there's additional price increases. And so staff is recommending that you allocate at this juncture $1.9 million to support Borman Park remediation, and that we will come back to you later on, likely before the end of the calendar year, after we have a chance to further refine additional project budgets and look at sequencing for other CIP projects and other large expenses, to then allocate an additional $1.3 million for Borman Park. Again, this is extremely important because if we do not move forward with this allocation, we're going to have to give back the grant funds. Today, we had an interdepartmental meeting regarding procurement for fire apparatus. At this juncture, the current thinking is that we would pay for the apparatus in full. However, staff are researching financing options to understand what the current interest rates are on those and the terms, and to determine so we can bring that information back to the City Council if the terms are reasonable and within the market rate, in the event that the City Council may wish to reallocate how those are procured. So just wanted to put an asterisk there by 4.4C. We've also had a lot of conversations around the need to focus on an equitable built environment strategy. And so staff have been working diligently, and I've seen various drafts and provided input on an RFP for our built environment needs assessment. We anticipate that will be issued in the month of October. Also, there was a request due to a settlement and an arrangement with residents in Brickyard Cove where $300,000 was provided, and we've benchmarked that we need approximately $100,000 to facilitate some gates that have been requested there so that was a byproduct of them providing some revenue, and then this would be an offset for a proposed project. We also have, I know many of you receive emails from residents, many of whom you forward to me, and I try to assist in resolving, but I probably, in addition to those emails that you receive, I probably receive 20 to 30 times that volume of emails with requests from residents. And one of the things that has been frequently requested is for us to develop a comprehensive strategy for Carlson And so in my conversations as required in the charter, the mayor and I had thought about some different ways that we could appropriate additional funding for Carlson Crosstown Phase 2 to enable that to be completed. The great thing about that is we do have $800,000 with from MTC funding, and so the total need is $3 million, but we believe 2.2 would get things going in the right direction. Next slide. If the city council would like to follow your motion verbatim, that is that you previously reviewed when you adopted the fiscal year 24-25 budget, that is option B here this evening. I do want to note where for 4.2, there is additional staff required for implementation. For the Poet Laureate and Poetry Contest, we do not have an acceptance of that opportunity for the person selected at this time. So we would have to, I'm not sure how that would administratively move forward. As I mentioned before, the LEAP graduation has taken place. The mobile vendor program, we're working collaboratively with our HR department and going through a meet and confer process. Our preference is to try to retain those as much as possible for city jobs. And so we think that an appropriate allocation right now is $100,000 versus increasing the contract with a third-party vendor for $500,000. We also had, there was a request for unhoused interventions, and we, on the next slide, will go through those expenses that we have and grants that are pending for unhoused interventions. And so below that, you will see your other budget development checklist items that were discussed as well: Borman Park, the fire apparatus, the built environment needs assessment, Canal Boulevard gates, and the library renovation. So both option A and option B get you to 5.7 million. Next slide, please. And so just wanted to remind the council and the community at large that we have a multi-pronged strategy that we are implementing to address the critical needs of our unhoused residents in Richmond. You may recall that you allocated $50,000 in ARPA dollars. There was a grant for $4.88 million for phase 1 of ERF funds. Now we're in ERF phase 2, which is $8.6 million, 4.7 expended, and then another 1.9, and then another 1.9 that is anticipated. We've been working collaboratively with Reimagine Public Safety to deploy resources, and you can see that line item. And in the queue, grants in progress, we are working to close on the Motel 6 here across the street from the Civic Center parking lot. That total grant award is 14.5, and then there'll be some additional funding that needs to be provided from the city's inclusionary housing fund. You may recall that the entire amount was 4.9 million, but we also need to book an additional 2.556 million to be reflected on the city's balance sheet, because there is not an entire amount of 4.9 million now in the inclusionary housing fund. So we are going to need to update the city's balance sheet at some point. So that will require an additional capital outlay of cash from the city for 2.556 million. And the reason why I wanted to remind us about that is that we would like to book that within the next 18 months, because we don't want to end up in a situation like we did with the Housing Authority, where there were outstanding matters that were previously committed by councils and then new people didn't know about it, and then, you know, before you know it, there's these huge negative fund balances. So we think it's really important that in the next 18 months, we identified 2.556 million to reflect on the city's balance sheet so that we can completely cover the acquisition of the Motel 6 and providing services on at that site for the unhoused populations. In addition, as I've mentioned previously, we have submitted a grant to the state of California for ERF round 3. And that grant is pending, and we are feeling extremely optimistic about that grant. And we look forward to being able to hopefully have a public announcement. But at this juncture, that box has the TBD category until we receive not a yellow light, but a green light to go. Next slide, please. And just by way of background, just for clarity with the administrative record, before you here on slide 21 is the motion that you made at the City Council meeting on June 24th, so that you have it for reference. The idea this evening is we understand that the City Council has provided direction at this meeting at June 24th, and that we have a lot of competing demands, and that we wanted to make sure that the City Council had an option to consider Borman Park because of the commitments that we've made to that community in light of the fact that we're doing really well in receiving grants for other critical services that are needed in our community. And with that, next slide. Andrea?
Sure. So just a proposed framework for the next steps. Again, the city mandated services and policies is sort of a guiding framework that we use for allocating the resources, as City Manager Curls outlined. We're considering existing grant-funded capital projects with funding gaps. City Council goals and priorities, we've included those priorities, bullets, references on the option A and option B. Slides that have been provided. Unfunded capital projects list, those legacy built environment needs, and assessments, RFP, which is also in progress with our Director of Public Works. New capital projects are under consideration, as well as unfunded department requests. Next slide, please. Next steps, looking ahead. And so again, there's an option, as has been stated, for council to defer the appropriations of unspent funds until fiscal year 24-25 quarter one, which will be provided to you in November at council direction. Option 2, next steps, is to continue working with the auditors to complete the fiscal year 2023-24 year-end audit and publish our annual comprehensive financial report. We refer to it as the ACFR. Option 3 is to present the year-end audit results and ACFR to the City Council in January, February of 2025, along with the actual general fund unspent funds. Again, the numbers we're providing to you this evening are estimate unaudited funds, and that would be in March of 2025. And 4 is to return to the City Council on October 15th, 2024, with the status update of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, and a proposal to reallocate project funding as needed. Next slide, please. And with that, we are here for questions, and there's other city staff here available to answer questions.
Yes, all the applicable department heads are here in the audience or online, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, before we go to questions, I'd like to have public comment.
We have 3 in-person speakers, Cordell Hindler, Ralph Payton, and Daniel Barth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you to Finance for this presentation. So as I was looking at this, and I said I would go with option B because everything is outlined. So I don't have no problem with it. So I think it looks good. So now I think the other direction is that for someone to make a motion, seconds it, to approve the recommendations that staff has provided. So I don't have no problems with it. So that's it.
Ralph Payton.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, council members. My name is Ralph Payton. I'm the executive director of the Greater Richmond Interfaith Program. And I'm here this evening to request that you allocate some of those funds, those unspent funds, for unhoused interventions. As many of you know, GRIP has been a cornerstone of the unhoused community and the food insecure community for almost 60 years now. Over the last several years, we've seen our funding streams impacted by the change in especially foundations, the way foundations are funding operations on the ground. And we've seen a pretty significant decrease in our revenue stream, affecting our family shelter and our food program. So I'm respectfully requesting that the council allocate $500,000 to help us address one of the budget deficits that we're seeing for this fiscal year, even moving into next fiscal year. We've gone to the county over the last couple of years, and we've been able to increase county support for GRIP from $250,000 a year to a little over $800,000 a year. At this point, right now, the city of Richmond is supporting GRIP for about $70,000 a year. So we're looking to increase the support from the city of Richmond so that we can maintain services. Over the last year, GRIP has addressed the increase in the shelter capacity for single adults by opening a warming center. So back in November of last year, we initially opened a warming center for 10 beds, and over the last year, we've increased that to 25 beds. So GRIP is certainly addressing the need for unhoused interventions in Richmond, and we're looking for your support so we can continue addressing the needs for all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Barth, and if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Hi there, everyone. Back again. This is Daniel, Richmond resident and Executive Director of Safe Organized Spaces, Richmond. So it's really gratifying that there's just about consensus about the need for unhoused interventions in Richmond that is community-based. We know that the locus of control has to be at the community level because we know that county services do not fulfill what we need in Richmond. And we know that state funding is coming, and episodically we see a building up of the housing services that we do need. But what we do essentially need is the safety net that Ralph just talked about for families, and a safety net that starts with villages at the emergency, transitional, and permanent housing level in a way that provides dignity for individuals who are in encampments, who do not succeed so well with that state model of services. We know that in Richmond, it's not just about what happens in Richmond, but it's about what happens in our neighborhoods. When we are building villages that are community focused at the neighborhood level, where the locus of control is in the neighborhoods, where the neighbors and the unhoused neighbors can work together to build something that has more dignity, that is street level, and that is safe, that people can walk into and feel comfortable in, that's going to be the best path for folks to achieve housing sustainability into the future. I do hope that we continue to see state funding. We will continue to see folks cycling in and out of motels, as Jesse was talking about, because what we need is a sustainable solution that is people-focused, neighborhood-focused, and community-focused, and that's why we endorse Villages for Richmond, and we're ready to do that. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the speakers online.
We currently have one speaker, Jesse Turan. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi. So first of all, let me just express support for Daniel Barth and SOS Richmond because of all the nonprofit organizations that y'all give money to, his and GRIP are the only two that are actually doing something with that money and are actually supporting the homeless. So thank you, Daniel, and thank you, GRIP. So with regard to the Motel 6 acquisition, so that's almost $20 million. I just want to point out that Motel 6, it's to house 40 people. Think about how much money that represents per person. That is a stupid way to provide housing to the homeless. I mean, yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for making some permanent housing. But I have no thanks for you for choosing that way to spend our money, to spend taxpayer money. That, like, you have gotten so much money. Where is it going? What are you doing with it? Where's the transparency? Who's getting it? What are you spending it on? Like, are the nonprofit agencies that you're giving it to, are they giving it back to your campaign? Like, where is all of the money going? There has been more than enough money to buy land, to build tiny homes for the homeless. Why aren't you doing this? Ordinances, zoning laws, you can change that. You're the ones that put them in place in the first place. You can waive fees, and you can teach the homeless to build their own homes. And that way they'll also have job skills. Gee, all of these ideas, where are they all coming from? They're coming from a homeless person. Maybe you would know them if you would actually talk to some of us, but you won't. If you want to know how to fix the homeless problem, you're going to have to talk to the homeless. Right now, we have no representation at all. You don't care because we don't have money. But the people with money care. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. Open session is closed. Our public session is closed. Now it's time for questions from the council. I have McLaughlin.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Andrea for really doing a great job as our finance director and in presenting the budget information today. I think you do it in a very clear cut way and really easily to absorb and understand. So I want to thank you for playing that role in our city, and please keep doing the great job you've been doing. So I also want to talk about the options that have been placed in this agenda report. So option B is the option that the City Council voted on June 24th in terms of having some money that we did not allocate at the time, but instead moved to when the unspent funds were identified and could at least move forward with some assurance. So I believe we have to honor the council's action. I mean, we had an issue with the board of Recycle More that I know our staff was all upset about, and so were we, some of us who serve on that board, because that director tried to bring something to the board that changed the direction that the board had given previously. And I just want us to do right here and to honor the council's direction and to honor the council's motion. So I fully support option B, which includes that $1 million for unhoused intervention, which had always been in the budget. We always, for the past few years, had $1.8 million in the budget as part of the Reimagining Public Safety bucket, if you will, of funds. And that's because when we help with allocating funding from the city for unhoused, we're providing public service. We're providing public safety. And that's really, really important to many of us to make sure we provide the right kind of support for our unhoused community, and that provides a safer environment for the unhoused, but also for our neighborhoods, who then can see the positive movement of unhoused people in terms of getting their lives together and moving eventually into permanent housing. So I think we all understand that, and that's why we said, as part of the motion on June 24th, to have that $1 million put back into unhoused intervention. As I said, 1.8 was always in the budget for the last few years, and then when the final budget came to, the final draft came to us earlier this year for the fiscal year 24-25 budget, 1 million had been taken out and only the 0.8 million remained. So I was very upset about that, because and I think we all on this council, have shown a great amount of compassion and desire to move forward in a positive way for our unhoused community. So I made that, I added that to the motion that I believe Vice Mayor Jimenez made when we passed the budget, that we would move that $1 million to come from the unspent funds once we got to that point. So here we are at that point. So I believe that the council also had some other recommendations to utilize for the unspent funds, and so here we are, and that is option B. So I believe all of the option B items should be supported. It was what we wanted when we initially made that motion in June. Now, I do want to say that staff's recommendation of the previous option, I guess they're calling option A, has some overlap. They do mention the Carlson Crosstown project, which I agree is a very important project. And, but we do have the 800,000 from MTC, so it's not like there's no funding for that right now, and it's currently in the design phase. And this is a big project. This is going to be a multi-year project, as I understand it, a very important one, but we need to do it right. The design process is going to really, need to be a full comprehensive process to make sure we get the right engineering solutions in place. Carlson Boulevard is in, part of it is in my district. I know part of it is in Councilmember Robinson's district as well. So I'm sure we both want to see this go forward. But like I said, we have the 800,000 from MTC. And also there will be more, there will be a mid-year budget review, and there could be more unspent funds. And then, of course, we have the next year fiscal year budget soon following the mid-year budget. So I definitely think that this council should keep the Carlson Crosstown Boulevard project very much in focus and and on the front burner for the next allocation of funding. In the meantime, the design process needs to continue to move forward, and the $800,000 from MTC will help to move things forward. Everything takes time, so I know that 800,000 will be useful in this period of time. I do want to say on the 1 million, we've heard from Ralph Payton from GRIP, who GRIP, as we all know, has quite a historic presence in our city, and they've been doing great work for so long, and there is a critical need for funding right now. Foundations have lessened their funding, and so they are seeking funding from the city to help with unhoused families who they provide rooms for, and they do a great job. Let them stay there for 6 months, often longer. And also they have this warming center where 25 cots are put down every night, so that helps enormously. And of course, the ongoing food service they provide for the unhoused and low-income community members. So they really need to stay afloat, and they need to stay providing this valuable service. We heard from SOS. SOS has a contract of $1.56 million, which staff is telling them, and I hope it's true, that they can honor that full contract with current funds. If that's the case, great. I know they're working on some new projects like villages, and they've been presenting it to neighborhood councils. All the groundwork is happening. They've been talking to community development, and they're willing to allocate a certain amount of their contract with a change in the scope of work, because they'll be delivering services to villages. So they're talking with Lena Velasco about modifying the scope so that they can provide some of their funds through their current contract for an initial emergency village. And we know we're heading into some really wintry weather, rainy weather, and we need to be prepared and try and help as many people as we can. We also have the tiny village, the tiny youth village. Tiny Village Spirit is in charge of that, and they're doing a great job. That will be moving forward in the spring or early summer. I think they're looking at July 1st, 2025. They're doing a great job with volunteer architects and volunteer engineers. And they're running, and they're going to have an operation partner, which is Hope Solutions, and they're asking for some funding, both to help with some additional construction, capital project, like there needs to be a bathroom built on site, and also some operational funding just to get them started. So there's some funding that they will be requesting, GRIP will be requesting, and SOS, even though some of it will come from their current contract, there's a shortfall for the startup of this one village that I think is going to be a beautiful one. I look forward to talking to a couple council members about this, because I can only talk to two outside of a council meeting, but to, give a little bit more comprehensive understanding of how that village will shape up. And so, as I mentioned, SOS, there will still need to be some additional funding for that village. So SOS would be kind of the lead on that, although it's all working together. GRIP, SOS, the Tiny Village Spirit, CORE, the CCRP program. We know that the Community Crisis Response Program will help people that have mental health issues. And sadly, a lot of people who are unhoused, not all, I mean, we shouldn't stereotype, but there are a certain amount of people that have mental health issues, and the CCRP is going to be invaluable in helping them. We don't need the police involved. We don't need an armed officer to respond to mental health calls. So this kind of continuum of care between GRIP, SOS, CORE, CCRP, community, the Tiny Village Spirit group is really essential. And I want to give you an example of how this continuum of care works. For example, I had a recent tour of GRIP by Ralph. Thank you, Ralph, very much. It really shows what a great service they provide. This warming center is something that happens in their dining room. So people line up at about 5 o'clock, I think I recall, and it seems like the same 25 people take advantage, or at least a lot of them, every night. So they come in, they line up outside GRIP, they come in, they get dinner, they can use the shower, and then after dinner, the tables are moved out of the dining room and the cots come down. And they have 25 cots. People have a warm, safe place to stay overnight. But then in the morning, they have, GRIP cannot, they don't have the capacity to keep them all day in a safe place. So what they do is they help them transport them to the SOS Warm Hand Health and Wellness Center, which there's different places that they hold that. Some at the SOS Workyard, some at the San Pablo Library, some in North Richmond. I think CHDC is involved, or maybe Men and Women of Valor are involved. So they move people, and GRIP allows them to store their stuff at GRIP, but then they get to go to the Warm Hand Wellness Center, and they find out what the needs are. There's some peer-to-peer support, and it gives people a chance to really not just have the night a safe place to sleep at night, but to get to the next step and find out what their needs are and find out how these service providers can further help them. And of course, a village will provide that sense of community, because you put somebody in a motel, although motels serve a purpose, but you put someone in a motel, and for a very short period of time, they have four walls. They don't have that community, that peer support that is so important to help an unhoused person. So these villages provide that sense of community. So that's my spiel for why we need that $1 million, as it should have remained to begin with, but that we should put it back in unhoused interventions so we have the full $1.8 million in there. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. If other council members can hold your
Be a little
comments.
shorter?
Yeah,
Okay.
be a little shorter. I have
got
a
it.
list of people. Cepeda, Councilmember Cepeda.
Cannot be too close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. In previous agenda items, the library had come and presented to us that they needed more funding. And I see here suggesting for the library renovation project, they just were putting $367,000. And I'm just wondering, I know that they needed a lot more. How do we come up to this number? Is this going to get us
That's the
closer?
balance of what was left over after the council allocations in the motion.
So it's-
$4.1 million is still needed for the library renovation.
Okay, so this is just what was left, literally left over, we're putting it towards the library. All right. Thank you for the answer. Don't like it, but that is what it is, so thank you.
Yeah, there's no, that was a byproduct of the motion. That's the math.
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember McLaughlin. Our nonprofits here are doing a really great work. I also took a tour of GRIP, and I totally are behind putting more funding to that. They continue doing a really great job, so thank you. And this past weekend, many of you might have seen the news, but I would love to see if there's any funding in here for our streets. And I don't know if, under the built environment, if, I know this is for the needs assessments, but if there's somewhere else in there that we can start putting some funding towards sideshow street prevention, something for our streets to being able to deter individuals from coming into our city and causing havoc in the middle of our streets. So I don't know if there's anything in one of these line items that could be allocated towards that.
There was a request for appropriation and an item that the city council will now consider next week that will support staffing for police and solving crimes, and that will be considered now on the 15th.
But more on the street, on the physical street, putting barriers on the street, putting something on the street to make it a lot more difficult for individuals to just.
Yeah, staff are still assessing the engineering viability of measures that have been suggested, and they have not come to a conclusion yet.
Okay. Thank you. And then just putting it out there, there might not be any allocation in here yet, but we'll love to see if we can start allocating funding towards the Parkchester storm drains, because every year for at least the past 10 to 15 years, their main street, which they only have one way in, one way out, floods every single year, and we know this. So we'd love to be able to start putting some funding. I know that Public Works is working on trying to figure out a solution, but unfortunately, just for the public to know, the storm drains were built many, many years ago, were built above the street level. So until water decides to flow up into the storm drains, they're going to continue being flooded because there's no way for the water to go anywhere else. So we'll love to see if we can start figuring out some funding in the future to start getting a solution there. And no other questions for now, so thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. It was very, very clear. It was very easy to understand this. I really do appreciate that. I just have a few clarifying questions. So one of them, in two places, Borman Park is mentioned. In one place, it says that the total need was $3 million, and in another place, it says the total need is $1.9 million. Which is it? What's the total need for Borman Park?
The need increased 5 minutes before this meeting to in excess of $3 million because the quantities for the remediation are larger than was originally anticipated. So we were in a rush to incorporate that information to provide it to the council this evening.
Mm-hmm.
So the bid came back, and we have 90 days to move forward with the contract.
So the need is the in excess of $3 million, not $1.9 million.
At this juncture this evening, the total need is in excess of 3. This evening, we need 1.9, and then we'll come back with a request for an additional 1.2 after we examine the entire capital project and see if there's some things we can stagger.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I didn't quite understand what you were saying about this future need to have look, it's 2.556 million for Motel 6 services for the
Yeah, so staff, can you put slide 20 up? Mm-hmm. So the way that the reason why the home key projects are so expensive is they're not just paying for the good of the public. I know we've talked about this before with council, But home key projects are funded by the state of California, and we are able to acquire the Motel 6 primarily with funds from the state, and it's a state program, and they make the guidelines. So they provide funding to acquire hotels, but it also requires wraparound services for a number of years. And so you may recall that the way that we are funding the city contribution of 4.9 million is we are utilizing the city's inclusionary housing fund. And so unfortunately, at this juncture, we don't have the full 4.9 million. So we are going to need to advance funds from the general fund until the inclusionary housing fund increases. And so to make sure we don't have a negative fund balance, we, for the inclusionary housing fund, that's how it would normally show. We don't like to have negative fund balances anymore. What we're going to do is, in the future, we'll come back to the city council with a mechanism to clearly articulate on the balance sheet that additional 2.556 million, which is the difference between, at this juncture, like if we were to figure it out today, what was, when the deal was reviewed, what was in the inclusionary housing fund, and then what is available. And so that difference, until the inclusionary housing fund goes up, has to be covered by the general fund. And so in terms of when we're looking at what we're spending on unhoused services, that's another item that we have to anticipate in the next 18 months.
And how does the inclusionary housing fund go up? I guess I don't understand
When
that.
developers build housing, there are
Oh, yeah.
opportunities for them to pay to build on site, or they can pay into the inclusionary housing fund.
Okay, great. That's good to understand. And just to be clear, I think it's important maybe just to repeat this for the public. My understanding is that what we're doing at Motel 6 is not making a motel. It's not a temporary housing, correct? This is a long-term supported housing. Is that correct?
Right. So instead of right now at this juncture, and there may be some staff here if there are additional questions, the strategy right now that the state of California is funding, that we are implementing, involves the utilization of hotels instead of as a mechanism to make sure that people are being provided an interim housing solution. It's not designed to be a permanent solution, so we've been providing hotels to get people out of really increment weather and to try to stabilize and then get them prepared and on track with various housing programs to provide wraparound services. This hotel is different from what we've been doing at other locations because it would be a permanent place where all the wraparound services would be available on site instead of like more of maybe another way to think of it is like scattered sites. Right now we have scattered sites with different hotels that have been through the ERF funds where people are able to obtain shelter. And so the strategy here with a home key is that you acquire the hotel, you put all the services there, so then it's a more permanent solution for those residents to help them then get back on track.
And how long is it that they're going to be able to stay there?
I am happy to look at the program guidelines and get back to the council, but it's a significant period of time. And then we're also upgrading it so that way it would be more of a studio concept so that it wouldn't just be the room. And so it involves a lot of renovations to bring it up to code and make it a nicer living experience, similar to what we've done at Nevin and Hacienda. And to really make it look nice for the residents that will have it as a housing option.
Okay, great. And then another question, and I'm happy to see that the built environment assessment is on the list for all options, I think. But I just want to make sure that when we're talking about this assessment, are we talking about not just buildings? Because I know it says built environment, but I'd really personally think we also need to consider our parks and the other assets that the city owns so that we can get a sense of what the needs are across assets.
Mm-hmm.
Would this 500,000 be applied to all assets, getting an assessment of needs for all assets?
Yes, and concurrently staff are working to submit a grant to the Hellman Foundation. There was a submission today and another one tomorrow, somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 to 750,000 to help with that asset component, starting with the parks.
Okay. If we don't get that grant, will we still be able to use this to do that assessment?
That will, we think that this is a good starting point for the work, and when we get the RFP responses back, we'll bring them to City Council and be able to disclose what the true costs are. We think this is a good initial placeholder. It just will depend on what, the market is. These studies are very technical, and so we have a number of infrastructure needs across the community that are older, and so the desired outcome is for us to have a CIP master plan that the City Council can consider.
And then last question, I know we have an item after this item that considers one of the ARPA allocations for art corridors. And it was, we're not at that item yet, but I have a concern that there may be things on the list of ARPA projects that will no longer be able to be funded by ARPA. That may be one of them.
Yes.
Are there others?
Yes.
Is that something that we need to be taking into consideration now as we're
No, we will-
allocating surplus funds?
We think that there will be an appropriate amount of funding still left in your 5-year CIP, that we will be able to bring recommendations to the City Council as related to ARPA. We need to get things done like these bids, right? So then we can tell you definitively what the price is for certain projects. And so that's what's happening now, primarily in October and November. And staff have been working very diligently on ARPA to get those projects completed and conferring with HR&A, our consultant, to be able to do so. So there will be some modifications. And for example, one of the things that's on the bike rack, right, for when we're thinking about what could we use ARPA funding for, we're going to make sure that when we do procure the fire apparatuses, that we follow the ARPA guidelines. So that way, if we did need to do a switch, right, between general fund and ARPA, that's one of the big, literally red blinking lights where we could easily make a pivot because it's a large amount. And we know that we understand it to be an eligible expense at this time, so we just need to do the procurement correctly. So that's one example of the analysis that's being done in-house, and we'll bring that to the City Council as soon as we have a couple of more bids in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions I have.
Good. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for all the questions. I had some of these, so I'm going to be quick. I have a question. In option A, in the built environment needs assessment, you are asking for 130,000, but then in option B, in potential, you are asking for the full 500,000. Why is that difference? What is less in option A and what is the full amount in option B?
Because this bucket of funding will essentially be part of your CIP plan, so it won't be spent all in one in the current fiscal year. So if the council would like to set aside $500,000, as you indicated in your motion, we're happy to do that. We just don't anticipate that will be spent this fiscal year. So it's noted that way for transparency purposes.
So I just wanted to, so if this was part of the motion that we have? Or no?
Vendor, and let me go back and
so
see.
you asked. Okay. Yeah, I just want to clarify. Yeah.
If I may, that was not a part of the motion from June 24th. The motion is under option B, the top
The option was, the direction was about staffing. And so the idea that, at least in my mind, the reason why we had the item on about 5A5A and then this item is because they go together. Like we need staff to be able to implement and help with the facilities master plan or CIP needs assessment, whatever we've used different terms of art.
Okay. Well, we know that this is important and we need to have that to make decisions. I will finish with saying that it's important that that we follow council directions. And we were really clear when we made the motion last time with some specific items. So I think option B represents that. I think like we mentioned that we wanted from the unspent funds to have $1 million into the on-house intervention. And I think that I would like to say that the way that this is coming about, and it seems a little cumbersome and it seems a little difficult to understand, is because we didn't have a projection of the unspent funds or the surplus right when we were making decisions about the budget. And I think we need to have that in that period, because if you are saying that you cannot project that, it means that you cannot project deficit, right? If you are projecting deficit, we need to have also the projection of surplus. And that has been something that used to be like that, and it's changing. And this is like some of these things that we are making decisions right now are happening because that changed. So I think like we need to really revise policies around when the information is brought to us and how we can make the decisions, because it's taking these new procedures are making more cumbersome and more kind of like difficult for us to make these decisions. So I just end with saying that there was a city council direction that we all agree, and I would like to go with option B for this time. So we kind of like put the money that we direct staff to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. So, yeah, I would like to second everything that was said already. I just have some questions. I agree that we should go with option B. Some suggestions I have, and one question for you. So that dog park assessment, is it just for assessment of the parks that you're considering, or assessment of the cost? How many dog parks do we have in the city?
We can get back to you with that information. Right now, for option B, it says to be determined because the scope is not known. It was the items below B under budget checklist. Those are the checklist items, and so those are unknown at this time.
Yeah, but is the item assessment, what is it referring to?
We don't know.
Excuse me? Since we're limited time, I would prefer that we keep conversation to items that are budgeted. If your intent is to move money over to the dog park, then we can continue this conversation, but if you're...
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I plan to do. So in District 4, because it's surrounded by East Bay Regional Park District, they always calculate that the green area per quota is so much, which is a lot, but in practice, it's not a community park. It's high slope. I mean, it's good for climbing, but not for community building, not for families, not for the elderly. It's not a dog park. And I've been asking for budget for a park in District 4 or improving the community park that we have. We never received it. So there are a couple of lots owned by the city of Richmond. I would like to suggest that we allocate some money for building dog parks, because it's important not just for physical health of the owners, as dog parks are not for dogs. It's for the owners, basically, to exercise instead of driving somewhere far away locally. It's not only good for their physical and mental health, it's good for bonding with their neighbors and for community building and enhancing safety of the neighborhood. Basically, community building is what's lacking a lot in District 4. So I would like to suggest we allocate $100,000, because the fire apparatus, we're going to talk about it. Maybe we can get a portion of that for a dog park. And I would like to suggest that the poet laureate, $13,000, because our current poet laureate does not have the time capacity to absorb it, move it to citywide historic preservation for plaques for buildings to identify our historic buildings. And I have a question about on-house intervention, that $1 million. So I assume 500,000 would go to GRIP and 500 to SOS, or how would it be allocated?
I could answer that. So yes, GRIP is seeking 500,000 to manage its shortfall.
We should probably have an RFP,
Well,
and depending on.
I think GRIP has a contract already with the city, and I think its service is so unique, and their acquaintanceship with the unhoused would qualify them for a extension of the contract as a sole
Okay, well, we'd have
source.
to have an updated service plan.
That's right, that's right.
So if there's a
I know, it's
contract,
not gonna-
if there's a contract in place, and if the request is for city staff to examine the viability of increasing a contract that's in place, we would update the service plan to have new criteria and additional scope to pay for the increase in the general fund dollars that are being provided.
Right, so right now, the request is that the motion would be, when we get there, is to just put the 1 million into unhoused intervention, but in terms of how it might get used, and this would have to be worked out with staff, of course, is the 500,000 for GRIP. The tiny village spirit that Sally Heineman, the youth village across from our pal, they've raised millions of dollars for this village, as has SOS for its work, is working on furthering its grants that are outside of the city. But they, in terms of tiny village, I'll just call it the tiny youth village, they are seeking a contribution from the city. They have not gotten a contribution thus far, and they're seeking 300,000 because of partially some construction costs and partially to add to their startup operational costs. So the other 200,000 would be determined. SOS, again, would like its contract scope to be altered, and it has been talking with, they have been talking with Lena about that so that they can work in villages and utilize some of their current contract toward that,
May I offer a
task.
suggestion?
Wait, if I could just finish. And then there's also some additional startup costs for a tiny adult village that they're working on. So that other 200,000 would be for villages in general.
Thank you. And by the way, I would like to hear more about tiny villages and all the great work you're doing. You're going to share the information with a couple more. I would love to be one of the council members learning more about it.
Okay,
And
I know
thank you for the
they're all
great
going
work
to.
you're doing.
I know SOS plans to reach out to every single council member as well, so I'm sure we'll get that to happen.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, basically that's it. Just a couple of suggestions, and I'm happy with option B with these modifications that I'm suggesting.
Mayor, my understanding is the tiny village property that's on the 23rd underpass, the Triangle property, that there is not, that there are still working through terms between our pal and the tiny village folks. So just for the good of the order administerially, we, as always, will move forward as the council directed, but that has been an ongoing conversation for several months. So just wanted to flag that our understanding is that the RPAR board has not approved.
Yeah.
And if I just may
Please, go
finish
ahead.
one thing. So the other thing is at the meeting that the charter requires that I confer with the mayor on the budget, and the mayor was absent from the meeting that took place where this motion was adopted. So I just wanted to be clear with the council. The reason why we provided two options is because the mayor wasn't present, and because the charter specifically has a role that I'm supposed to coordinate with the mayor on as it relates to the budget. So I just wanted to make sure that folks understand that's why there were two options.
Okay, thank you. I do want to share that this, the MOU with RPAL is being worked out. In fact, I think it's already worked out. I know there were some glitches along the way, but, and thank you for explaining that about your conferencing with the mayor.
Yeah, and I would like to say that friendly amendment after friendly amendment is no way to budget, especially if it's at the end of a conversation. I think that when we budget, we need to give due process. We need to give thought to how we're allocating the money. I mean, already a council member has decided to change something that she added on as a friendly amendment to something else. So if we had had the time to think about the budget, I don't believe that this change or this request for a change in option B would be made at this time. So I'm not happy with the process. I don't believe it's a way that we should be budgeting, but it is the will of the council. So I want to honor the will of the council, and I see Councilmember Robinson and then Vice Mayor.
So just a couple of quick things. One of the things that I do want to bring to the attention of everybody on the council, if you don't remember or not, one of the things that I had in my friendly amendment was to actually bring forward a process to vet and vote on project considered for unspent funds because of this issue of like not having a very good process and not feeling like we had everything in front of us to consider so that we would spend those unspent funds in the best ways. And I just want to bring that to the forefront of people's minds and maybe ask for assistance from staff to help us come up with such a process. We can definitely give feedback from council, but I do feel just as a new council member that it feels a little haphazard at times. And I worry about all the things that I don't know and if there are other places that are more important for these funds to be going. And I just think that we need a better, clearer, well thought out process to address this. And then the second thing is you know, kind of changing around funds on the fly. It isn't always, it's not always an opportunity for us to remember all the things. And so I just also want to bring this up. Councilmember Urbana, you often are asking for support for your district for special events. And you know, I imagine those special events are annual events and that they're going to come back again every year. And this, in my brain, is the place where you would try to, you know, make a place for something like that in the budget, right? And so instead of coming up with a new thing, you know, that we haven't really heard anything about before or, you know, whatever, maybe circling back to putting something like that in the budget is a good thing to do with funds that may not be used in the way that you originally intended. And so you know, that's just, you know, I hear you bring that forward over and over again. And in my brain, this is that moment to bring it up so everyone can consider it. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I think the process, like, it wasn't that good because we didn't have all the information. We didn't have the unspent funds, so we were trying on the fly to make sure that some of these unspent funds that some of us knew that they were going to come, we didn't know how much, trying to make sure that particularly the unhoused funds had the total funds that we had been committed year over year, right? I also think, and this is going back to, like, I think like Councilmember Robinson has been always saying, like, how things come up to be first in line over others. And like, for instance, like the dog park assessment, like how that came out or to be the thing instead of Solano Avenue, right? You know, so it's like we don't have, like, I think like what the process is like trying to make each city council happy about a little thing, and there is no a process in the CIP that says this is how we want to allocate resources. We had that with the street calming project or program, where there was a matrix created to tell us, okay, these are first in line as a prioritization. So for me, it's just sometimes this process of like how to jump in one out of other needs kind of like better process. So I just want to finish with that. So I don't agree to put that money for the $100,000 for the dog park right now, because I don't know what the process is, and it's always like something jumping around instead of just kind of like thinking of a good process. I know that each city council wants to advocate for their own district, but maybe let's think about a process like the calming program for other things. So we advocate for our own things in our district, but also as a city feels equitable in terms of resources.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Councilmember Robinson, excellent suggestion. And based upon that, that Poet Laureate's $13,000 actually could go to the annual events that we have in District 4. El Sobrante Stroll is always there. We also have El Sobrante Pride. We have the Fire Station Open House. The West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council accepted many of the costs, but they cannot continue, but we absorbing the cost, but we would love to continue fire station open houses annually. And also the Nowruz and Charshambe Suri event we're going to get into that will bring a large crowd, hopefully, to Richmond and good for businesses. So we can allocate those to those events, the $13,000, and I'll be happy to give a breakdown. But about dog parks, actually, I totally agree with having an equitable plan for the city, but think of the $3 million we decided to go to the soccer fields. Which parks did they go to? Not a penny of that went to the parks in District 4. All the improvements we decided. District 4 is lacking parks, and I've been repeating that over and over again, and I don't know how to go about it. Now people will be happy even with the dog park. Only $100,000, and we're not even getting that. They identified a property owned by the city, it's level, it doesn't need much work, and people will be happy with that, with community building and everything. That's a good start to tell the people in District 4, hey, the city council is seeing you too, and your concerns and your needs, and it started addressing them with only $100,000. And I hope they do get it. Parks are very important for community building. Mental health, physical health, bonding. We do need to have parks, more parks. And District 4 is a part of the city too. We do not qualify for grants, as I told you, because we're surrounded by East Bay Regional Park District. And it's not a community park, and it's not a dog park, it's just green slopes with wildfire hazard around us. They're beautiful, but not practical. That's it. So I suggest allocating $3,000 to El Sobrante Stroll, $2,000 to El Sobrante Pride. By the way, it was a wonderful event with 500 people in the city of Richmond. Unfortunately, the city did not support it. $3,000 for a fire station open house, and $5,000 for Nowruz celebration, which hopefully will eventually bring very large crowds from all over the Bay Area to the city of Richmond.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All this, I'm just, a question, we're trying to figure out a process. So a process, have we looked back, and do we look back, I guess is the question, at what was it, last year when the council was looking through or creating our goals. It's one of those goals there, and I'm not advocating one way or the other, but one of them in there I remember was dog parks. But I'm just trying to figure out if we ever go back to say, okay, here's some of the goals that we aligned and try
Yeah,
to stick them
slide
in.
22, Council, is the initial proposed framework that was included in the staff report and the PowerPoint and for the City Council's consideration. And yes, I do want to acknowledge with our budget's over $500 million, and we're constantly applying and receiving additional grants. And so what we do is we try to refine those recommendations as we receive information almost daily. So this is an initial framework that finance staff put together for the City Council's consideration, and we're happy to continue to work on it and refine it.
And may I make a suggestion for maybe the future to kind of remind us, when an item gets brought forward, maybe reminding us, hey, this was part of your goals, because maybe they weren't a goal that we personally brought forward, but it was a goal that we all voted on. So it might just be saying, hey, this was goal number 5,477, right? Not priority, but it was just in there because maybe it was leftover money, right? We needed 50,000, there was 50,000, that was the one that got it. But maybe kind of reminding us there. And also for next year, we know we're at least going to have one new council member, so that way it also reminds that person.
So Councilmember Zepeda, so can I ask a clarifying question? So on slide 19, there are numbers where it says City Council goal and priority on the left. And so that is where we included that information to try to provide the nexus for the council.
Thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
Saw the numbers, and I just thought they were some other number.
No, happy to try to, I mean, this is a lot of information, and we, at one time, so we know that it's a lot for staff work really hard to put it together, and we know that it's a lot to absorb. So we're here to just try to
Thank you.
provide
So that was,
support.
you already done it, so thank you for that request. And then, keeping on dog park stuff, I was going back to the document that we received a couple months ago for the park assessment. When we were looking at park assessment, was dog parks included as part of that already? Because I know we were looking at parks and all the parks, but I thought maybe that was.
Mr. Chavarria, I believe, is in the audience and can maybe help answer that question, our Director of Public Works, if that's okay.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. We have to go back to the Parks Master Plan and see if the dogs parks are included. However, I want to tell you that the staff is working right now on a presentation to bring it to you. They're working with the city manager in other departments. So we're going to cover all that information, how we can put together all these different plans, all the legacy projects, funded and unfunded, all new requests, and especially how we can try to stay away from trying to compare what's the priority between the roof of a fire station versus a roundabout for traffic calming, because it's too different. It's comparing apples and oranges. We should be comparing fire station versus fire station, traffic calming location versus traffic calming location, dog park versus dog park, and allocate funds for those specific programs individually. And then under that budget, compare one project versus the other, because it's going to be apples versus apples. And then set up a sequence that puts together everything, right? Because we want to, for example, replace a sewer line before we pave that street. So maybe the priority of that street is number one. We have to do it now. But the sewer line comes 2 years later. So we should put the sequence in a way that, wait, let's put the sewer line first, and then we pave. Otherwise, we're going to pave twice and spend money twice. So that's the type of presentation we'll bring with all this information.
Thank you, thank you. So I'm not sure that I got my answer though. Maybe I missed it in there. So when a couple months ago, when we moved forward to doing a parks assessment, was dog park part of the?
Well, the city has 2 parks assessment already. I don't have it on top of my head, but I have it in the presentation. I believe I don't want to give information that is not accurate, but there's 2 different parks assessment already that the city spent time, money, but we have not implemented totally yet. So even if the dog parks are not part of it, in the Parks and Open Space program, we're going to include existing plans, new great ideas from the city council, and needs from the community, and then compare among the parks and open spaces what is the sequence to go about. We cannot think about one dog park in one specific district. You have to think about dog parks in the city of Richmond as a whole. And then, and yes, I mean, part of the priority might be, okay, we're going to have at least one dog park in every single district. I don't know, that will be part of all the process of prioritization.
And the reason I'm asking is we're trying to figure out if we should be appropriating or not, right? That was a question. So all I was saying is that I think we already did an assessment, so I don't know that we need to appropriate any more to figure out if we need dog parks somewhere, since we already did a parks assessment and a dog park is a park. So that's my question.
I would not spend more money in assessment on parks until we incorporate what we have already in this, what we call it, programmatic funding approach.
Thank you. That answered it. So thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Urbano.
Just for clarification, as I said, we have identified the location. We are asking for budget for a specific dog park, not assessment. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to point out that the agenda report says that appropriate unspent funds for fiscal year 24-25. The unspent funds have already been appropriated. It was done at the council meeting June 15th when I was absent. So the money has been already allocated, and the allocation is shown in option B. So the question is, do we want to change option B? Do we want to go with option A? That is a choice that's been presented at this point.
Mayor, for accounting reasons, can Andrea explain the recommended action? Would that be helpful for the council?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, so at the June 24th meeting, when council adopted the budget, the council adopted a balanced budget, whereas the current year revenues are estimated to cover the current year expenditures. As much as it's been requested to forecast what we think our year-end results will be, we're unable to anticipate what our unspent funds will be until our fiscal year is concluded, which is the process that we've recently completed, and we're getting ready to start our year-end audit. Therefore, unspent funds, we're not able to forecast for council to allocate that in advance of completing our fiscal year. And so at the June 24th meeting, the motion was to, from unspent funds, for staff to return, once we have an estimate of those unspent funds, and the items that the council spelled out in option B at the top section in your packet is the motion, which totals $1,168,000 for those council requests from the motion. And we did include the motion in the PowerPoint presentation as well. We're unable to appropriate from current year unspent funds that's still ongoing, and we don't know what that number, where we're going to land. It's just not heard of and not possible. So therefore, again, your motion was noted, and we've included that in the recommended allocations for the unspent funds now that we have an estimated unaudited number, but that was not formally appropriated by resolution.
It was formally, the motion was formally made, it was formally adopted. So what the council says is what the city has to do. It's my, maybe I should ask legal. Is the option B, which was passed by city council at a previous council meeting, does that stand? Or is there legal reasons why it shouldn't?
The motion stands. It can always be changed. The council can always change it. And I think what the finance director is telling you is the amount identified in that motion as unspent, which you were able to allocate. At this point in time, they're not sure if that is the correct amount. And she won't know until things get audited at the end of the year. So you voted on that, but when they do this audit, it may turn out that all that funding is not available. Maybe there'll be more funding. But so that was your motion, but there are realities that are part of all that that may at the end of the day affect what the final action is.
Mayor,
Mr.
can I
Mayor,
describe it a
I'd like to
different
make
way?
a motion if I could.
Mayor, can
I
I
think we
please
have a-
describe, can I please, for the administrative record, we had this issue before with the previous city manager, and I really don't want us to have a mess up with our audited financials. The reason why we bring it to you again, right? We bring it to you again for final is because we have to like close last year, and then you put the money this year.
Right.
So because you have more, like we had more that we had to put for OPEB, we had more, and so we're saying, yes, we're doing what the council wants, right? But we have to basically do it in a specific format where we're bringing the money forward, because that's for accounting purposes how we have to do it. So we're doing, option B is exactly what the council asked for, but we're saying that you have to allocate the unspent funds from the previous fiscal years and what was over the surplus amount into the current fiscal year budget. That's what we're asking the council to do.
So-
Is that helpful, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on the situation of the process, the policy regarding the unspent funds appropriation. I think we need more discussion about that. So I'm going to not include that in my motion, but my motion will be to receive the fiscal year 23-24 quarter 4 report for the period from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, to adopt resolutions to appropriate proposed administrative year-end budget adjustments in fiscal year 2023-24, and to appropriate option B for the unspent funds in fiscal year 24-25.
I second that.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Can I make a friendly amendment to it? I know we love friendly amendments. Just in respect to Councilmember Bana wanting to move some of the money that was previously included in option B for the poet laureate, who is no longer able to take that, to allocate $2,000 to El Sobrani Pride, and was it $3,000 to the stroll? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
that is my friendly amendment.
Okay.
And also open fire station open house. And Nowruz event that's upcoming.
I would like to keep those two, because those two you brought forward before, and we're looking
Okay.
for money, and those we've heard about. We understand that residents use those events, and, you know, you didn't understand how to get that money for those events. I think this is a good opportunity to make that happen.
So,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so Councilmember Robinson, so if I hear you correctly, you're saying, and based on what Councilmember Bana said, the 13,000 is no longer needed at all, or
No,
just?
no. And
Go ahead.
Nowruz was, respectfully, Nowruz was budgeted, remember?
The what? I'm sorry.
Okay, so respectfully, Nowruz. I just want to make sure the council has complete information.
Sure.
Nowruz, so every year, the city council, we try to capture everything that the council has requested for festivals. And there's a bucket, let's just for the sake of conversation, for festivals and events and so forth. So Nowruz is in that bucket now.
But to be clear, the El Sobrani Stroll and
Right.
and El Sobrani Pride are not.
Correct.
And so to allocate this $5,000 total, $2,000 for one, $3,000 for the other, would make it so those events now have money for this budget year.
Yes.
You know, like not Cesar Chavez, like Cinco de Mayo, like MLK Day.
Juneteenth,
These events that are
Yes.
community events have money from the city that help make them happen.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's an extra 5,000, but an elimination of the 13,000? Okay. So there's an extra 8,000. So
may I
where do we
just-
put that? Staff can take that extra 8,000 and determine some funding source or some funding bucket for that, if that's
More
okay.
cultural celebrations, hopefully.
Just for clarity, why don't we just say that that entire line item will move to the festivals
Events?
bucket?
Okay,
Excellent.
that's a good
Thank you.
idea,
Okay.
City Manager.
Thank
Okay, so
you.
for,
Thank you.
we know that 2,000 and 3,000 will be for just those two District 4 events, but there's another 8,000 that, to be determined.
Thank you.
Correct? So my motion is option B, and everything I stated for option B, with the friendly amendment that the 13,000 for the Poet Laureate gets moved into festivals.
I second that.
Councilmember McLaughlin, there was a part in the recommended action to adopt a policy regarding unspent
Right.
funds.
We're
Is
not,
that-
that's not part of my motion
Okay.
because I think it needs to be an item of its own and have a full discussion of the council
Okay.
at some future meeting.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification. This was very helpful.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question either before or after voting.
After voting, let's get this voted on.
Are we ready?
The voting's already started. She's asked you.
Ready? Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
My question is, when is a good time to bring up
Excuse
the?
me, did you call Councilmember Willis?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
you did? Okay, yes.
Question? When is a good time to bring up the item about dog park in District 4 and also parks? I mean,
When we are discussing the capital improvement project in next year, if
when is that?
it's always presented in May, the discussion about budget and capital improvement plans are starting in May, so that will be good.
Councilmember Willis.
I wanted to make a request to move item P3 to be heard right now because I know there are some folks that are waiting to hear it and it's a non-controversial item. Either now or after the arts corridor, because that's a non-controversial item.
Actually, I had suggested moving P3 before P1, so we'll hear P3.
Okay.
Good executive decision.
Which item?
Yeah, but you.
Mayor Martinez? We're doing P3 right now?
Mr. Mayor?
Item P3, right? Okay. Item P3,
Item P3.
right now. Yeah, okay. Item P3 is to adopt a resolution of intention to rename Virginia Playlot to Florida Evans Park and waive cost recovery fees and set a public hearing for October 15th, 2024.
All right, go ahead.
So I brought this item forward. I think it's a very important thing to recognize the people who have been anchors in our community, who have really held communities together. Sometimes when we name parks or streets after people, it's not because they are astronauts or have done some huge thing that the whole world knows about, but rather it's because they've done really critical things for people who grow up in a community or who are on the block. And that's what this item is about honoring a woman who acted as the glue in the community for many, many, many years, for many, many, many people, and remembering her contributions by renaming Virginia Playlot in her honor. So So, yeah, I'm just asking for it to move forward so that it can have schedule a public hearing and we can move forward in the process.
So I'll open up public comment.
Okay, as I call your name, please come forward and line up to address the council. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this item that is joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler, Antoine Claude, LaShonda Miles, Charles Evans, Pam Saucer, Luther Evans, Tyrone Peacock. And that's it.
Okay, so, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for bringing this item forward. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to name this park after Miss Floria Evans. I was at the Coronado Council meeting when this item came forward, so as you stated, so I would set the public hearing date for the 15th of this month, and let's just have at it, so.
Antoine Claude. LaShonda Miles. Charles Evans.
Hello, I'd like to say good evening to the council, and I want to thank you guys for taking up this motion for my mom for her park, but she's gone now, so I really thank you guys for giving us a chance to do something for her. And she does deserve it, but it's up to you guys. I thank you for giving it your consideration. Thank you.
Pam Saucer.
Hello, good evening, council. I'm asking that it be approved. She was a historian in the community. She was a mother, widow, wife, beautiful woman of God, helped raise many of us in the community. And I lived 2 or 3 blocks away from the Evans family, beautiful family in the neighborhood, and have helped with so many different things in the community. And I can say she was a beautiful mom, a mom to me and others in the community. And I would love to see the park being renamed after her. She lived right across the street from the park, looked out for children over the years from the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, until God called her home. And she was just a blessing in the community in many ways of helping people with their children and just watching over the park while people even were there over the years in that area. She helped with so many different things. I can go on, but thank you so much, and please consider. Okay?
Luther. I'm sorry. Luther Evans.
Hello, Council. My name is Luther Evans. I'm Flora Evans' youngest son. I'm her 7th son born. I'm her 11th child born. I'm the 11th out of 11 and the 7th for boys. My mom she's worthy of this. And it's not like I'm going to beg you guys to do it. You guys are going to do what's right because this is what we're supposed to do. You know? My dad was a master mason. I'm a master mason. So I'm going to get what I need, okay? But now, anyway, I thank you guys, and I look forward to this happening, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Tyrone Peacock.
He left. Like 10 of them left. There's a lot of more.
We got another one that's going to take his place, the Reverend. Bishop.
There are no more public speakers.
Giving to the council and to each and every one here, you know, really, I've stayed around the corner all my life. My mother and them bought a house on 20th Street in 1950, and the Evans was probably already there, you know, but I always thought the park was called Kitty's Park. I never knew. That's what we called it in the neighborhood, because that's where all the kids played at, and the house on 18th Street where the Evans live is a historical place, because that's where we used to all go and play in the backyard, play down in the den, you know. So I think it'd be appropriate to rename the park. Just like I say, I thought it was Kitty's Park.
That was our last speaker.
So there's anyone know it online? Okay, then council, questions and comments.
I just wanted to say that this is a great idea, and I move the item.
I'm gonna second item, and I'm gonna make just a quick comment. Growing up here all my life in Richmond, 50 years, I knew a Richmond that not many people know today, and that is Richmond where you have many houses that you can bounce between. There's doors that are open. You have, just a whole neighborhood of people watching over you. My grandparents grew up on South 13th Street. There was family that had a house on South 17th Street, houses on South 11th, South 12th. I literally bounced between all of them my whole life. And, in order to make something like that work, you'd have people like Ms. Evans who anchored it and made it safe and watched over you. And I think that is something that we need to remember. We need to remember how it doesn't matter if somebody's related by blood to be your family and for you to care for them like family. And so for me, bringing this forward and moving this item, seconding this item, is about remembering that way that we can be and should be together, and really honoring Ms. Evans for what she gave while she was here.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Moving to item P1.
Thank you all.
Item P1 is to receive a presentation from Cirrus Policy Research Team and Richmond Renaissance Team regarding the Arts Corridor Project Strategic Plan, receive direction regarding the finalization of the criteria used by City Council to select the final vendor, and direct staff to return to City Council on October 15th, 2024, with results of the scoring and award of the contract to either the Cirrus Policy Research Team or the Independent Arts and Media as fiscal agent for Richmond Renaissance to develop a strategic plan for a sustainable art corridor in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you pull up the slide deck, please? Thank you. Next slide. Good evening again. I'm Nanette Beecham, Economic Development Director. We have LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager. We're here to give a presentation for the Arts Corridor Consultant. So just to give you a little bit of background, on October 24th, City Council directed staff to issue a request for proposal establishing an arts district. December 22nd, 2023, the Arts and Culture Division released a request for proposals, and we received responses from Series Policy Research and Richmond Renaissance. June 25th, 2024, City Council received a presentation from respondents and provided the following clarity and direction to establish an arts corridor instead of an arts district, and schedule firms to revise and resubmit proposals, including presentations today. Next slide. So clarification and direction. Proposed budget's initial phase for strategic planning of no more than $50,000. Proposal narrative to reflect an arts corridor only. Arts corridor area includes McDonald Avenue from 41st to McDonald Avenue from 6th and 23rd Street between Ream Avenue to Cutting Boulevard. Address the questions regarding the built environment and to provide specificity around outreach. Next slide.
Thank you, Nanette. Good evening. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager. In the spirit of collaboration, I was able to assist on this item with Economic Development and Winter for Day and Jordan, who are in the audience. So we thank them all. In the staff report that we provided to City Council, we proposed a process and scoring matrix to allow this to be a transparent and fair process after you hear the two presentations tonight. So as stated on September 23rd, per a guidance letter that was issued to both candidates. So we took the information that was the direction that was provided by City Council at the June 25th meeting. Thank you to the clerk's office who was able to get the minutes for us earlier than usual. We took that information, put it in a guidance letter to provide very clear direction to both candidates. That is also included in your packet. They both were to submit their revised proposals to us by September 23rd, and they both did that. Once again, those proposals are in your packet. Tonight, we instructed them that they would be presenting tonight, October 1st. They would have 10 minutes to present their updated, revised slides and proposal information to council. What we are proposing to City Council is that you utilize a scoring matrix that is included as attachment 7 when you're making a decision for each candidate. So as city staff would do, we review proposals, we have interviews or receive presentations, and we use a set of criteria and scores and provide comments. And so we are requesting that you all do that. We gave recommendations on what the criteria could be. Part of the motion is for you to accept it or not, or make changes. If you do accept it or whatever criteria you utilize, we are requesting that council individually score and then submit scores for both candidates to Nanette Beecham via email on October 7th. After that, city staff will take the scores and aggregate and total those scores, and then we will return to City Council either on the 15th or possibly on the 22nd, depending on how much time is needed to do that, with a final selection of the candidate based on City Council scores. Next slide, please. Once again, the recommended action is for you to receive presentations tonight from both teams. They each have 10 minutes. We also want direction from City Council regarding the criteria that we are recommending that you all use. You can, once again, accept that or make changes to it, and then direct us as staff to return to City Council with results of that scoring on October 15th. And if, as I stated, if needed, we may need additional time to the 22nd to work with either selected candidate to enter into an agreement for $50,000 to develop a strategic plan for a sustainable arts corridor in the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. So with that, I am going to turn it over. Here are our two candidates. We have Series Policy Research, and we have an individual that is on the call right now. She was not able to be here in person due to a family emergency, but she is on Zoom and will be presenting. We have 10 minutes, so I ask the clerk to time it, and then we will turn it over to Independent Arts and Media, serving as the fiscal agent for Richmond Renaissance, and they will also have 10 minutes. Thank you. Next slide, KCRT. And to Kirby on the line, you just let them know next slide when you're ready to advance.
Okay. And you all can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Kirby Lynch, and I am the Director of Research and Facilitation for Series Policy Research, representing the firm today. And I also am a commissioner in the city of Richmond on the Economic Development Commission. So I'm really honored to be here. Next slide. Really, my presentation is really going to verbalize our approach to this work, mostly to protect intellectual property, because we do have a unique way of approaching the work. Just to remind you, we did score the highest when there was a panel of judges where we worked with commissioners and really explain who we are in our approach to the work. And so just wanted to give you all, City Council, all of the various ways we can approach the work. Next slide. So again, I'm going to verbalize our approach to the built environment assessment, our approach to data collection, and really having a conversation around timeline, given that we do have to complete our work by December. We initially applied for this opportunity in February, and so all of the things around community engagement and building relationships will have to be modified to meet that deadline, but still believe in a rigorous research process is being done in this. Next slide. So our experience as Series Policy Research, more locally, we have done the project management for the establishment of the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, right? So for the past 3 years, we worked with various stakeholders, community, and even the county to really implement and produce the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice for the county, which is a new government department that had a lot of innovative modeling and really want to bring that same energy. We're also currently doing that African American Wellness Hub feasibility study right now, which is also on a timeline, but it just shows that we really think about sustainability and feasibility, even if it is community-led, because we want our community to be set up for success. So next slide. Specifically in the art world, we do work a lot with philanthropy. Series Policy Research is actually the capacity building consultant for the Vallejo Arts Fund, which is a pilot initiative of the Hewlett Foundation to really fund artists and empower them to preserve spaces and also to highlight BIPOC artistry and cultural barriers who have been holding it down in community, but do not receive resources. So did a lot of strategic planning and development of the fund so that it's meeting the needs of the community, and really want to bring those experiences to Richmond because, again, this art corridor is not just an art corridor, but it's a moment to revitalize specifically the key areas that you all as the council wanted to focus on. So next slide. So here again, I'm going to verbalize our strategic and methodology and our approach to the work. Again, my background, I have a PhD in geography from UC Berkeley, and I also have a certificate from the College of Environmental Design. And my specific focus in my doctoral studies was around arts as a form of economic development. So really feel proud to bring this work to you all. But how do we do built environment assessment at Series Policy Research? We pay critical attention to land use, transportation concerns, and most importantly, existing infrastructure to really build upon, and then also making sure those areas are appropriate for arts and culture development. Our main focus when we're out there into the community trying to get their engagement and consensus is really thinking, does this corridor match the aesthetics and the functionality of the space and the desires of the community, right? And so City of Richmond is so powerful because there's so many assets, and because of our timeline from now until December, we got to really work closely with the City of Richmond to identify which assets are going to be used in the process. If we're thinking about existing buildings, we have the Museum of History, East Bay Performing Arts Center, right? We're thinking about public spaces. We're thinking about Civic Center Plaza, the recreation complex, open spaces. And then most importantly, I was really happy to see in the last presentation around historical preservation. So many historic sites like the Richmond main post office, the Winters building, that can be used for restoration and repurposing for this specific project. When we're thinking about physical assets that can be used for this project, we have to, really make sure that it's actually adding to the vitality, the economic vitality of the community, right? So when I'm thinking about physical assets, it's really assessing it for traffic patterns, visibility. Is it close to existing public art, existing murals, community centers? How is this corridor going to support small business? And how is it also going to disrupt the blight that comes from vacant buildings? So how do we assess that through our data collection process? Is primarily through field work and site assessments, right? We're looking at the building conditions themselves. We're looking at existing infrastructure and overall accessibility. How do we do that? We do it through a myriad of ways. One, through actual field work, going to the sites themselves, feeling and being with the site, seeing its suitability. And again, with my background in geographic information sciences, we would actually be using GIS to map the assets and analyze the areas for community impact and feasibility through a methodology called parcel value analysis. How this also would be operationalized is benchmarking it with other art corridors and other art districts in the country. A comparative case study that I would like to use, and I've presented it to the committee before, is Detroit, Michigan, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. These are places that have really used particularly the art district strategy, but really microing it down to the art corridor can definitely be appropriated to this context to really revitalize communities that are very similar to McDonald and 23rd Street. And then further, we would be doing data collection with stakeholders, the arts commissions, even real estate developers who are currently trying to revitalize the area, city planners, even preservation societies in the city of Richmond, and really coordinating with them to get regular input from them and updating them on the research process. And it has to be quick and really going to be relying on the arts commissioners to make those connections because they've been doing this work for a very long time. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we're trying to keep them a part of the process so that their input and can be consolidated and incorporated into the final report. Because again, we are very respectful of the timelines because like I said, we've worked on major initiatives for over the past 25 years where we have to get things done because money goes away if it's not spent. And so our whole focus is on how do we improve or repurpose spaces for the use of ARPA funding, right? This is why we're here. So there's really two approaches. It's one around quick wins. How can we think about 3 to 4 low-cost projects, such as murals, pop-ups, installations that can be used? And how can we, again, think about long-term projects that require larger investments like building renovations, land acquisition, and really trying to approach this because of the timeline as a phased implementation. When thinking about phased implementation, some of the frameworks that are kind of guiding that is threefold. One, are these spaces going to be renovated or having adaptive reuse, right? Are we trying to transform vacant or underutilized spaces, right? These are really existential questions. Another framework is, do we want urban greening and traffic calming? Like what green projects are going to be helpful to these public spaces? Or do we want to have these spaces be used for cultural events that are generating foot traffic and economic vitality? Again, these are all important in order to assess if this corridor is going to have the intended community impact, but most importantly, looking at these spaces for feasibility and even looking at community partnership for sustainability too, because we know that arts organizations need that capacity, and how can these corridors be the place for them to update themselves? And so with our timeline, I mean, we are moving from potentially the top of November to the end of December. So we are trying to consolidate our process kind of like into 10 weeks. That looks like starting off with policy and document review, then heading into coordination with stakeholders, then going into canvassing and listening sessions with stakeholders. After that, doing field assessments, GIS mapping, again, benchmarking them to them case studies, doing the asset mapping so we can determine what are our quick wins so we can start operationalizing that with the city of Richmond for the ARPA funding. And then after that, start assessing what can we do in terms of long-term capital projects. On our team, we have powerful people who do financial forecasting. We have a statistician on our team and someone also with a master's in public policy. We want to make sure that what we're proposing is sustainable. After that, we're going to build out an implementation schedule, then a final report. After the final report is done, then we will be conducting community cafes with the 2 impacted areas to make sure that there's community consensus. So next slide. You can see our budget is at $45,000. We are a full research team. We have 4 full-time staff with a host of subcontractors. And because of our timeline, we're going to have to invest a lot into the hardcore research on feasibility and asset mapping with the city of Richmond. Next slide. But given the timeline, we understand that value-added services that we're bringing is that we want to offer 3 months of follow-up support to assist with any interpretation or further planning for the arts corridor after the contract period, and also host workshops with local activists and leaders so that they can feel empowered to continue to work autonomously.
That is 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. I do want to provide a little clarity. In the recommended action, there is no date in terms of the contract terms. And in the guidance letter, we we shared with both candidates that the contract would probably commit sometime in late October, November, and that candidates would have 3 to 4 months to do the strategic plan. So I know Kirby was mentioning December 31st, and I think for a lot of people that was maybe in their minds because that was when we were using ARPA, we had to have some funds spent by or be in contract by December 31st. But the timeline is not December 31st for completion. We are not using ARPA funds for this $50,000, and so firms will have additional time, at least 3 to 4 months, to build the strategic plan. So I just wanted to confirm and clarify. Thank you. And with that, Nanette and I will vacate these seats and allow individuals from Renaissance Richmond to come up for their presentation. City Council, KCRT, if you could put up theirs, please.
Okay. Has the time started?
As soon as you start talking.
All right, thank you very much. Well, good evening, council members. My name is Roth Delai. This is my colleague, Kendall Johnson. We're excited to be presenting to you the reasons why we should be selected as the contractors for this Arts Corridor Strategic Plan. And one of the first reasons is that this city council really values community engagement. So when community members get together and they self-organize and they develop the strategies to impact positive change in the community, we believe that this council wants to support those efforts. And that's who we are. Next slide, please. The Richmond Renaissance is a collective of working professionals in multiple industries of the arts who are accomplished in their fields, who also care about the community of Richmond. We were the first ones to come up with this concept of the Arts Corridor. We were the first ones to reach out to the community members. And we have the existing work that we have done will be applied to the strategic planning process. And with the tight timeline that we have, it will definitely be able to be helpful. Next slide. Oh, can you go back to the previous slide? A couple of the other points for this slide is that we also developed an organization called the Richmond Renaissance that's fiscally sponsored by the Independent Arts and Media. They're a fiscal sponsor agent that has helped with other arts and supporting projects. And the reason why we did that was because we wanted to build community with this Arts Corridor project. So our organization is intentional about bringing together art organizations to collaborate on this Arts Corridor. All right, next slide. And during our outreach, we've been able to connect with community organizations across the designated arts corridor, and these connections will be really useful in being able to do outreach and get feedback. And this is feedback that we've already been getting. We've also been featured in the East Bay Express and continue to get media interest, and we've also cultivated relationships with funders, and getting funders really excited to support and see what comes out of this strategic planning process and support the arts corridor. Next slide. We also have identified the area and used that in our conceptual framework, and it's something that the city has been using as well. And we've also reached out to these organizations to become anchor institutions of the arts corridor. So we're really thinking long-term about how to develop an arts corridor that's community generated and community supported, and where the community has a chance to steward and support this initiative. Next slide. One of the other benefits is that we've already done a lot of policy analysis on the city and how it relates and research for the strategic plan. One of which is identifying the ARPA funds as a funding source, in which I know that there's a lot of conversation about that now, but also connecting the corridor to the Traffic Calming Arts Initiative. We have several former art commissioners in our group that can provide and advise us on the nuances of best practices of working with the city. Next slide. In between the last Yeah, the graphics are a little bit off, but in between the last presentation that we had, we're completing a research report on urban greening and the arts corridor. So we reviewed the city's master plan on urban greening. We identified where that intersects with the arts corridor, and we want to make sure that the arts corridor has values in environmental justice and is part of the city's plan for a just transition as well. Next slide. Go back one more slide. Okay, all right, there's a slide missing in here. It's part of our conceptual framework. So through our outreach, we've been able to develop a conceptual framework and, just to give us a little bit of visualization. Just imagine if everybody's back at your homes, you're in your comfortable pajamas, scrolling through your phone, looking through social media, and you get an advertisement for a beautiful Broadway play, a theater, a musical, or a concert, and you think it's gonna be in San Francisco, but actually it's right here at the Richmond Auditorium. Imagine walking right outside and the auditorium being lit up for a theater play, people buzzing around about a place where street vendors can come in and we can generate commerce in the community. And imagine walking off of BART and having your breath taken away by beautiful sculptures and paintings and murals that reflect the stories of our diverse community, that tell the stories of indigenous people, of Black Richmond residents, of the Latinx community, the Middle Eastern community, the Southeast Asian refugee community, the LGBTQIA community, all reflected in our beautiful arts. And that conceptual framework is what we're going to use as part of our strategic plan so community members build on it versus having to start from zero. And I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Kendall, who's going to talk more about community engagement.
Thanks for that amazing introduction, Ratha. As you mentioned, our neighbors' stories and passions are what's going to bring this world-class arts corridor to life, making it Richmond-powered, accessible, and making long-term residents feel at home, as well as making newcomers excited to explore our city. If you could go to the next slide. I am hoping to share why I'm so excited personally to work on this project. I'm looking forward to my commitment to uplifting marginalized voices in community engagement processes, as I've done with the 980 redevelopment in Oakland, with the using Black culture in East Oakland to uplift economic development, and even as a long-term advocate for permanently affordable housing in Richmond and visioning along the McDonald corridor with community members to activate accessible sites. And beyond that, I hope to expand my career-long practice in creative placemaking, a lot of which that has happened here in Richmond, and to do this in coalition with many existing organizations whose collective power will drive community support for this arts corridor development. And with that, next slide, please. Here you can see an overview of our core messaging. This will guide our group's approach to incorporating valuable input from community listening sessions. The framework will ensure that community feedback relates directly to critical aspects of development as identified by our collective, honoring and preserving Richmond's cultural heritage, elevating community arts access, and enriching our community's quality of life, building strong partnerships and collaborations between city departments, businesses, organizations, and individual artists. And with these tools, we are honoring the history and lived experience of community perspective and instilling effective ways to incorporate feedback into our strategic plan. Next slide, please. And here you can see in how we will approach community engagement as a group. We will have an online survey as well as canvassing the corridor. We will have several community engagement sessions co-organized by our committed community stakeholders. Our networks already have over 10,000 contacts in the community, so we can get the community outreach rolling quite immediately. And beyond that, we have a specific neighborhood council engagement, including exclusive office hours as well as a presentation to the coordinating council. So this strategy, combined with our core messaging, is an effective community conscious way to incorporate the local vision into the arts corridor strategic plan. And I'll pass it back to you, Ratha. Thank you.
Yes, next slide. So the contents of the strategic plan, we'll be able to meet everything that the council is asking for: a policy review, the values and vision, priority projects, a financial forecast that uses comparative benchmarking for comparative corridors to set benchmarks on what's possible, do some bottom-up forecasting to determine and give us different options on a detailed look at what the financial forecast could be. What I really want to focus on is that the community engagement findings will be implemented into what we're anticipating a 3-phase plan, with phase 1 being quick wins, high return, low risk projects. So this is really transforming the visual aesthetic of the corridor as well as events and activities. Phase 2, improving existing assets such as renovating the auditorium. And Phase 3, capital projects, which is purchasing, repurposing buildings, purchasing land to be able to build mixed-use business and affordable housing. We really want to make sure that affordable housing is incorporated into this arts corridor plan because our values of development without displacement will drive us to work with anti-displacement groups to make sure that we're doing that correctly. Next slide. This is a list of existing assets that are on the corridor that we pulled up through the City of Richmond's GIS mapping software. And these are the assets that we would look for in Phase 2 on how we can improve and incorporate them into the arts corridor and see what's viable. Next slide. Yeah, so the council is asking for a lot in terms of meaningful community engagement, policy review, financial forecasts, and being able to do all of this is a lot. And for us, I can speak for myself and everybody else here, we've donated a lot of our own time and resources into this effort. And so if this is where the city wants to start, we will enthusiastically meet this budget request and be able to make sure we don't go over it and get started on this project. Next slide. And this is a summary of everything, but you can move on to the next slide. And I think my last point that I want to make is that one of the strongest reasons why you should work with us is that you get to work directly with the community experts who came up with this idea, who are very well equipped to carry this idea out. Personally, for me, I'm awestruck every time I get to work with them. And it's incredible and inspiring to see what they have done and what they are going to do with this transformation. So as much as this is a contract bid for you all, it's an invitation for you all to join the community into developing this arts corridor and igniting a Richmond Renaissance. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
We have 3 in-person speakers. Anyone that wishes to address the council on this item joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Kate Sibley, and Jamin Purcell.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you to the presenters for this presentation. So, as I was listening to this, I was like, wow, this is very important work. So, as the second presenter spoke, $50,000, they were right on budget. So, that being said, I'm just so excited to see an arts corridor coming to 23rd Street and McDonald. And I'm like, this is amazing because one of the groups that was not mentioned is the businesses. Because if you go down that corridor, it's like, there's no art on 23rd Street. So, but now there will be art. So, as you heard, as one of the presenters said, I looked at the budget. They're spot on. $50,000 is their limit. So I'm like, that's perfect. So I would go along with staff's recommendations, have them come back in 2 weeks, and then, as presented, series policy is they have it spot on. So I would go with that group. Not wrong answer. I would go with the other group, the Independence Art, because that's their budget, $50,000. I'm impressed by it. So with that, I'll give it to Kate.
Kate Sibley.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. It's nice to see you all. I first want to say I'm really concerned about the Poet Laureate funds, but I know I'm not here to speak about that, but that really, don't lose them. I wrote this all out so I would get my time in. All of the founding group of Richmond Renaissance live and/or work in Richmond, specifically with community groups of varying sorts. They know this city well, and they've come together because they love this city and they know what could make it a world-class city through arts and culture. Why invite an outside consulting group to put together a proposal to plan this when it was initially brought to you as a complete plan by a local, deeply community-engaged group? This project incorporates organizations that are Richmond-based in a wide swath of central Richmond, not just arts organizations, but also community organizations. many of whom have already been involved in early planning for this project. There's been a transparent process for community input already, and plans are well in place for more of that. This group has spent the past year and a half conducting outreach and preliminary planning for the Arts Corridor, which was originally a proposal from this very group. If the city had responded more positively to the initial proposal, those ARPA funds would have been available in a timely manner. I understand that it might have been city staff that held this entire project up. We've seen a serious deterioration in Richmond's arts scene since 2020. The Arts Corridor, as envisioned by Richmond Renaissance, our local people, will be the opportunity to provide just the kind of Renaissance that's needed. These are the people deserving of this contract. Thank you.
Jamin Purcell.
I'm coming right now as the art director for Richmond Rainbow Pride, but also as a local artist and also as a person who has seen so much of our art from the creators here in Richmond being displayed in other places, in other towns, because we don't have a art district where we can actually celebrate and we can uplift these artists and be able to make sure that their work is not just seen by a small group, but is being shared with the whole community. When I first heard about the art corridor, I was very excited about it, but I was very discouraged when I heard that there was ideas from not the second group, but another group that wanted to put it where art already was, down in the point, and neglect the rest of the city. We have a legacy of artists here in Richmond, from our club scenes where we had people like James Brown performing, where we have had, I've had the fortunate opportunity to meet our former poet laureate. And one of the things that we all, whenever I talk about art about here in Richmond, is that there's not a great place to be able to bring it all together. You have to go into these small little gatherings all over, but there's nothing that really kind of brings it together and actually shows it off. And you know, I think I really appreciate that they are talking about it as a Richmond Renaissance. As we remember, the European Renaissance came after a long period of darkness, where we came out of a period of ignorance. And it was the Renaissance that lifted us up. And this is something I think that will be not just a positive change for Richmond, but will lift up the people of Richmond. And it's even something that I think even Mark Wassberg would agree, because he supports the arts.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers.
We have 4 hands raised. East Bay Center staff, Amanda Eicher and KW, actually 3 hands now. East Bay Center staff, please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ruthie Deneen. I'm the Executive Director at East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. Good evening to you all. I'm also an artist, and I wanted to speak today on the importance of Richmond Renaissance's work initiating an arts corridor in Richmond. I've worked at East Bay Center for 15 years now, and this is the first time I've seen a group bring together several arts organizations with such intention, the way Richmond Renaissance has. The energy, the collaboration between us all has been so exciting, forward-moving, and focused. I want to highlight that it's been Richmond Renaissance that has brought us together and helped us work together and bring our ideas forth. This is exciting, and I want to share what I've experienced and seen. The focus has been on inclusivity, resource sharing, varied experiences, enhanced marketing, community building, sustainability, and economic impact. As the planning moves forward, I want to emphasize the importance of this collaborative approach and vision, bringing together uplifting youth voices and holding strong resident artists and leaders. Thanks for listening and for the support for the arts in Richmond, which I want to emphasize is thriving and will be even more influential and impactful. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Iker. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
My name is Amanda Iker, and I'm the Executive Director at Naiad Art Center, a studio for adults with disabilities here in Richmond on 23rd Street. Thank you for hearing my comments. We are appreciative that the city is devoting resources to unifying voices in the arts in Richmond and investing in an arts corridor. Richmond Renaissance's inclusive approach to research and development of their proposal has already unified arts partners in the city through grassroots inquiry and deep listening to our needs and ideas. A key example of the work that Richmond Renaissance has achieved so far, as my counterpart Ruthie Deneen mentioned, is a first ever convening of Richmond arts partners in dialogue with the Zellerbach and Lesher Foundations. Richmond Renaissance has continued to maintain an open dialogue with arts partners and funders, including coalitions of visual artists like Visual Artists of Richmond, nonprofits throughout Richmond, like ourselves, who just spoke, and Richmond's community of supportive local private partners, galleries, theaters, art spaces like the Bridge, and many others. This coalition truly enables us to realize the full impact of our missions locally in Richmond, even as our work amplifies Richmond as an arts leader throughout the Bay Area and beyond. Thank you very much for consideration of these comments.
Thank you. The next speaker is KW. Please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, my name's Jacob Perkins. I'm a Richmond resident and I go to work at CoBiz. And I noticed that they're not mentioned on any of those slides. There's a lot of local businesses on McDonald that should have input in this process. They care about Richmond and they care about their street. And the other thing I've noticed going to work at CoBiz is there's often lots of garbage along McDonald Avenue. So no one wants to see art when there's garbage everywhere. Very few trash cans and the area is just not well maintained. There's already art on the bridge near BART, but there's garbage everywhere. I've seen human feces on the wall there. It's not very attractive. So adding more art when you can't maintain that street does not seem like a good idea to me. That's all.
Thank you. The last speaker is Philip Mijas. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Philip, please unmute yourself and you may begin. I believe Philip may be having some technical difficulties at this time. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. We will go to council questions. I have Vice Mayor Jimenez first.
Yeah, thank you so much to both of the presenter and staff. One of the things that I am just kind of like confused is about this new process of scoring and just by sending an email instead of just doing it here, where we can vote. I am ready to vote. And I am ready to have some discussion about that, hearing from my fellow council member. We just heard the public. So I think adding another step is just delaying and delaying this, and I wonder why, right? It doesn't seem a transparent process, and I think like we should vote right now in this moment. Okay. I just wanted to say that because I just feel like this process is not as transparent as we discussing it right now here in the chamber.
City staff will do whatever is directed by City Council during the Q&A period, and unless the city attorney feels different, during the Q&A period, a question was asked about what type of criteria would be utilized to make a decision about which firm would be selected. And so staff in that moment made a recommendation, and in our answers to to that question, we said we would propose a process, we would propose criteria for city council to utilize. But once again, it's a recommendation that city council does not have to use. But we were attempting to answer a question about criteria from one of the consultants.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Robinson? Oh, you did? Okay, then Councilmember Zepeda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everyone who presented. Thank you, staff, for working on this. I know it's been months in the making. I am trying to find notes here, but I have a couple of questions. There was a comment made that we are not using the ARPA funds anymore. Can you clarify what happened to them?
That is accurate. So I will let finance staff talk to a piece about procurement, but also I will state that we have to, per ARPA guidelines, we have to have funds encumbered by December 31st in order to meet the deadline. And so that's part of it, is this the timing, even though you have additional time to spend after December 31st. But I will ask Andrea or Nikki to respond around the procurement piece and some issues that came up around that.
And while they walk up, I'll do my second piece that's attached to that. So the original motion back in October of last year was to appropriate $250,000. So I'm just trying to figure out $250,000 from ARPA, then we went down to $50,000 not ARPA. So what happened to the $250,000?
I'll start with the ARPA and their requirements. So those funds have to be either spent or encumbered by December 31st. It may be possible that you could, award and things could be encumbered by that time frame. To be safe, we are recommending to use general fund dollars and or another funding source instead of ARPA. As for the 250, it's my understanding that this was a RFP for the first 50,000. The next 250 is a plan from staff. That may take a little longer, which would more than likely put you past that December 31st deadline to use any ARPA funding. So that's also another consideration.
Thank you. So I was just looking through, and again, I'm sorry that I didn't drill down into this more earlier, but I was looking through the minutes, and the minutes did say 250 from ARPA back in October 24th. So maybe I'm just reading them. So that's why I was trying to just figure out, and I don't want to lose that 250. So I don't know if I can bring it up now, but if we're not using it for this, are we appropriating it somewhere else now?
So you are correct that City Council did want to appropriate $250,000 for the Arts Corridor / District component back in October. The recommended action that we received from the clerk for the motion in June was specifying $50,000 for this RFP. We broke it up into two phases: $50,000 for the RFP process for the strategic plan, and then the direction was for staff to come back with a plan for how to use the remaining funds not allocated towards this RFP process, which then would be $200,000. So in that time frame, what has come up is we're hitting the December 31st, 2024 deadline. And so staff, because it was summer recess after June, some decisions were made that it probably was better to utilize a different funding source to do phase one. And because of that, you may not be able to use the other $200,000 from ARPA even for phase two in terms of implementation. And so I believe city staff is coming back with a comprehensive conversation around ARPA in general, because I think, as the city manager stated earlier, there are opportunities for us to utilize funds that were previously maybe appropriated or allocated using ARPA funds for certain projects that city staff will have to recommend be used for something else, just because of timing and the concerns of being able to allocate all the funds by December 31st for some projects. So I think, I'm not sure when that item is coming back.
October, maybe beginning of November for ARPA, but more than likely October 15th, hopefully.
Thank you. I'll email you. I don't want to get us into because now that just opened up way more questions than I originally had on ARPA, but this is not about ARPA. So This was about the 50,000. So again, I'm just reading through the minutes and I just didn't see that it was only 50,000. So if we were to make a vote today, is there a way to still save that 250 if we have enough time? Or is that another phase that we have to still wait?
Just to get clarity, do you mean to save the 250, the other 200,000?
Yeah, the other 200,
I mean,
yeah.
using ARPA or just,
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that would be difficult with timing, but
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah,
Another project.
yeah, what you would want to do right now is take your full 250 and switch it to another funding source for your timing.
Yeah, so just for clarity, obviously there are a lot of lessons learned here from this process, but ultimately we just added a second person to the arts team. So historically, that has been one staff person, which clearly is not enough to do the neighborhood grant program, the mini grant program, the 1% for public art, the 1.5% for public art. Like one person doesn't have the capacity to do all of those things. So there is another staff member that has recently joined the arts team who is raising his hand there. And it takes a while, I think that we've been showing that it takes a while to hire staff. And so when we have these directives from City Council, staff are trying to move them forward, but if we don't have adequate staffing, unfortunately, sometimes staff cannot meet the deadlines. And so we understand that this is an important policy item for the City Council, so we will find general fund dollars to move it forward, and we'll make an appropriate swap of other dollars so that the council can move forward as you've directed, and then take care of some other items that where we can easily make a swap. And that'll come to you. I have not seen a draft of the final staff report, so although we'd like to be ready by October 15th, it may be in November.
Thank you. I just want to say welcome aboard for the new team member. All right, that's all my questions for now. Let others.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I have suggestions. I really appreciate the work of the city administration. And thank you, both groups, for the presentations. While I do appreciate the criteria, I think we can come up with better criteria like originality or creativity. And this project is the brainchild of one group. It's like taking the child away and giving it to another mother because if they're not capable of raising the child, yeah, definitely. But this group seems to have been well capable. They already have advanced the planning. They've made connections. They're artists. They're local. And they have made connections to all the possible groups. It was a long list, and as we heard, some of them have not even been included, so the list is even longer. So I think we should change the criteria into creativity, connection to the community, ability to plan, and ability to perform. So those are very important, and I think the group who had this whole idea of the art corridor as their brainchild, I think they've proven that, in my view, they get 100%. So I would like to move that they win and continue the great work they've been doing.
I will second that, and I'll tell you why. The motion, as I understand it, is to give it to Richmond Renaissance. And the reason I say that is that in their presentation, they have shown that they can outreach to funders, that they have exposure in the media, that they've done major outreach to art communities, and they have creativity in terms of including urban greening as part of the vision, and also environmental justice. These are things that weren't mentioned by the other group. I have to say that Richmond Renaissance is Richmond. when I saw the pictures of the people who are part of Richmond Renaissance, I saw Richmond. They're people who are in the community. They're people who know our city. When it says experience of firm in performing this type of service, it should have said in the Richmond community. And if that is the criteria, then Richmond Renaissance has it hands down. I was also impressed with the quality of their research, the work that they've done in terms of looking at assets. They've done a lot of work, and it's in terms of if you want to continue the baby analogy, Richmond Renaissance gave birth, and so they know that baby. They have that baby's DNA. So I think that yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I could go on, but.
So I'm gonna say some difficult things, and I'm gonna say them because I think it's important to say. This is an area that I really feel really strongly about. It's where I grew up. It's where I live. It's part of my district. It's essential to the economic development of the McDonald corridor. I agree that it's weird to have a group that comes up with a project and then you give it to another project. That's just weird. And I don't think we should do that. I think we should definitely award the RFP to the group that came up with it. And I do have some serious concerns that I want to voice tonight. I do feel like there is, at least from what was presented and from what I know about folks, because people are Richmond residents and we do know each other, that there isn't the same amount of experience doing this kind of work, doing this kind of reports, doing this kind of research, putting together a complex kind of proposal for a master plan for how you move forward, not just with where you place a mural or where you place an art object, but how you change, major parts of the built environment in order to support an economic plan. And I do want to stress that. I feel like the reason why I'm so excited about this is because it brings together some of the things that I'm most passionate about, which is arts and how we live and live outdoors, with economics, with making sure that we're thinking about how we're inviting in resources so that we can revitalize, giving people places to, inviting other people, other developers, people to come in and add to that corridor, so that we can build the kind of McDonald that you hear about at least I hear about in my mom growing up here and how it used to be and all the things. Maybe better, because we're going to make it green and we're going to make it art and everything, not just corporate. And so I worry, and I wish we could put the two together. I wish that Richmond Renaissance, with all the connections, all the beautiful art organizations, could lead, but be informed and supported by the experience and kind of capacity of the other group. Honestly, that's my honest truth forward. I think that if we could figure out how to bring some of the things that group has as assets and add them as supports to this group and have Richmond Renaissance be lead, we would have the strong project that we need and want. So my concerns were that I just looking at the list of historical buildings and kind of built environment assets, I can think of a number of other buildings that are not on that list that are on the McDonald corridor. It would take a conversation with folks at the Richmond History Museum or looking at historic photos, and you can see that there's other opportunities there. I think that there needs to be a conversation about different development projects and how they fall into this, what's happening at 12th and McDonald, what's happening in other places. I didn't really see that in the proposal, and that worries me. I feel like I feel like if we end up with a project that names the existing art assets that we have, the East Bay Center, NIAD, whatnot, and then has some murals in between, it'll be nice, but not exactly what I personally was hoping for. And so I want to voice that. I am also concerned that it seems to be only 2 dedicated staff to pull this off. And so again, I feel like there needs to be more support in it. So, like I said, I don't feel like one group that comes up with an idea, that idea should be taken away. I wonder if the group would be open to a collaborative, collective approach that has some support. Y'all are lead, you know, your vision is supported, and there's other things that could come in to help make it happen that might require more resources. I don't really understand what happened to the 200,000, the other 200,000, and how that fell into the hands of some other process that is baffling to me. And yeah, I'm worried. You know, I'm not worried about all the amazing art organizations, not worried about the work that's gone into it, but I'm worried that we don't have all of the players in place to make this as impactful as it needs to be, as the community deserves.
I'd like to point out that the other team, the Circes, does have 4 people, but those 4 people work at hourly rates. So the question is, how many hours of actual guidance would they be able to give at these rates? You know, would they be able to give the same kind of guidance that we get from 2 people with less pay? You know, and these are people who will be learning Richmond, whereas the people that we have know Richmond, and they're dedicated to Richmond. I mean, they've done all this without. I'm not sure how much you got paid to do what you've done, but you've done an awful lot, and it seems like what the pay that they've received is 0. So anyone who's willing to dedicate hours and hours and hours for nothing so that they can enrich the city of Richmond in terms of art, I think have the fire to actually make this work. I know that it's a big learning curve, but I also know that the people who are part of Richmond Renaissance are very intelligent people, and some of them, you know, have worked in finance. So I think the expertise is there. We just need to give them the chance to cultivate it.
I hope they can do that in 2 months.
Yes.
I just want to add a little bit to it there, and I want to acknowledge both groups as well. In Richmond Renaissance, I know all these wonderful people. We have our one of the people that we saw on the picture there was our former arts director here in Richmond. And to me, when I'm voting for this, I'm not just looking because they gave birth to the baby, right, or to the idea. I am looking because they are creating, and I agree with a lot of the comments here, right? They're creating something. So that came across as well in the presentation and then the idea and the energy. But I also agree with Sarah's that I think they're a great and very strong group. So maybe there's ways to continue partnering. But again, I'm not just saying just because you thought of the idea, because that goes against our purchasing policies, I believe, right? So that's why we went out to RFP. And we don't want to just say in the future, come up with an idea and we're going to give you money. It's thanks for the idea. Can you see it through? And from my standpoint here, I believe that they can. Right. So it's, again, you gave birth to the baby, so thank you. Now it's going to be ours. and we're going to help raise it together. So thank you.
If there's no other comments, then it's time for roll call.
Motion by Councilmember Bonner, second by Mayor Martinez, to award the contract to Richmond Renaissance. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you to both firms and thank you to City Council.
I look forward to the graduation ceremony for this child we created here.
I'm actually looking forward to the quinceañera.
Can we give a Richmond Promise scholarship?
Our next item is item P4. That is to receive a presentation on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and receive the draft Richmond Green Blue New Deal Implementation Plan.
KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? All righty. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and the Richmond community. Thank you so much for having us this evening. I know it's starting to get late, so we'll do our best to be quick. Tonight, City Council will be receiving a presentation on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report. Joining us this evening in the audience are Nanette Beecham, Director of Economic Development, Tamara Walker, Deputy Community Services Director, Employment and Training, Lizette Zepeda, Senior Business Assistance Officer, Justine Burt from the consulting firm Apricel, LLC, and myself, Samantha Carr, Environmental Manager. Next slide. So I'm just going to give a quick introduction about the agenda item, background on the project before passing the mic over to Justine. So again, just to reiterate, the item tonight is to receive a presentation on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and receive the draft Richmond Green Blue New Deal Implementation Plan. Next slide. So again, quick background. On July 6, 2021, the Richmond City Council adopted Resolution 8821. The Richmond Green Blue New Deal, with inclusion of a just transition framework, aims to address environmental challenges while promoting economic and social equity. This initiative builds upon the nexus between the city's Climate Action Plan, also known as the CAP, the Health and All Policies, Richmond Workforce Development Local Plan, and the Economic Development Action Plan. Additionally, it supports strengthening Richmond's workforce opportunities. On April 5th, 2022, the City Council awarded a contract with the consultant Apricel, LLC, which includes various subcontractors, including Groundwork Richmond, Richmond Safe Return Project, MIG, HRNA, Advisors, Medema Consulting, and Aben Associates. A variety of community engagement and outreach, presentations and workshops, surveys with various Richmond commissions, committees, councils, chambers, businesses, and residents were held, and the information received created the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report. Also noting all analyses and reports completed to date are included as appendices in this report. Also noting of the 24 projects listed in the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunity Report, numerous projects are currently in progress or in an exploratory phase. Attachment 5 is a collection of government-related green and blue efforts. Some started prior to the adoption of the resolution, while others were after and were basically collecting and creating a bit of a tracking document. We do want to emphasize that attachment 5 is only a fraction of all the green and blue projects, programs, initiatives, efforts happening right now in Richmond. As many are already aware, there are various community groups, nonprofits, private groups and companies, individuals who have been and are doing amazing green and blue work and workforce development in Richmond. That being said, noting, as was noted in the staff report, additional resources will be needed to initiate, continue, and/or expand efforts. Some of these projects will require a few years as well to scope, plan, build partnerships, and implement in alignment with the city's procurement policies. With that, I will now pass it over to Justine, who will discuss the report. Next slide.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. I'm Justine Burt, project lead and primary author of the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and Implementation Plan. For the last 2 years, the Appersell team, due to the leadership of the mayor and city council members and with guidance and support from city staff, has been studying the potential for green-blue job creation, additional job creation in Richmond. And I'm pleased to share the highlights of our team's recommendations tonight. Are the slides up? Oh, okay. Next slide, please. So the goal of the project was to catalyze at least 1,000 new green-blue jobs for Richmond residents that build a just, equitable, resilient, and sustainable future. And you all are very well aware that the past 130 years of manufacturing history of explosives, chemicals, rail cars, autos, and ships has happened here. But at the same time, because of that history, there are valuable assets that could be activated in service of building a just, equitable, resilient, and sustainable future. Assets such as a deep water port, industrially zoned land, rail, highways, skilled and trained workers, dedicated and close-knit community-based organizations. And activating these assets will allow Richmond to provide the green goods and services the world will beat a path to Richmond's door to get. Next slide, please. So we feel that Richmond is at a crossroads. There's legacy pollution, but there's also strong desire for a just transition. That is a clean energy economy with high road jobs, jobs that pay enough to support a family, that offer benefits and opportunities for career advancement. And so these were some of the terms we defined in our report. Next slide. So of the 24 project recommendations, they fall into 8 areas. As you can see, renewable energy, building electrification and energy efficiency, of course, sustainable transportation, zero waste, land use, green infrastructure and urban forestry, water with the 32 miles of shoreline here, and a category we'll call other. Please consider this to be a buffet of 24 different potential projects, and you get to decide what you want to put on your plate. Next slide. I want to acknowledge, as Samantha did, many of the projects that we have recommended here are already happening in Richmond. And the point of including them when they're already happening is that with additional funding, even more people could be hired to do this work. Solar photovoltaics, building electrification, electric vehicle charging, electric bike lending library, tiny homes being constructed, food rescue, tree planting, living levee, community gardens, and port electrification. Next slide. So let's start with the new projects. I'm starting here with large projects that could create hundreds, 100 to 1,000 jobs. And I'd actually like to start in the bottom right corner. This is a picture of offshore wind turbine blade manufacturing, which also connects to bottom left, offshore wind construction vessel, and the top left, port upgrade. As you may know, December 2022, the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management did a lease auction, and 5 wind energy developers paid over $100 million each for the rights to develop offshore wind farms off the coast of Morro Bay and Humboldt. And that set into motion an enormous project where these 5 wind developers are trying to figure out where their supply chain is going to come from. There are a limited number of deep water ports on the West Coast. Most of the wind turbine manufacturing happens in other countries, and President Biden is interested in developing manufacturing infrastructure supply chain here in the United States. So the question is, 3 of these projects are, is Richmond interested in being involved with wind turbine blade manufacturing? There are many different types of boats that are needed for offshore wind development, and this isn't just California, it's the whole West Coast. There are other auctions coming up in Oregon, Washington. There are not the boats available that's needed for all the offshore wind construction that's going to happen over the next 30 years. All the boats that are currently in existence are already spoken for the next 10 years. Boat building, as Mayor Martinez has expressed interest in, given the history of boat building in Richmond, is a potential project as well, from 60-foot crew transfer vessels to 500-foot construction vessels with large cranes. So the secret sauce of this project is really, who's already done this? And how could you tailor it to be perfect for Richmond? So you see some pictures from projects that have already happened. The top left is the port upgrade in New Bedford, Massachusetts, for offshore wind activities, and they already have offshore wind turbines in place. So the 4th large project I wanted to draw attention to here is battery manufacturing. This is something, as California has set these ambitious goals to realize 100% renewable energy by 2045, and has said after 2035, no vehicles that run on gasoline may be sold. They have to be zero emissions. We're going to need a lot more energy storage, whether that's a small battery that goes on your electric bike or a large utility scale battery. So these are 4 large projects. Again, it's a buffet for you to consider. Next page. Next slide. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, but I want to say lots of asterisks next to this one. So people talk about green hydrogen, and it deserves further study. Bremerhaven, Germany's doing a lot of work in this area. But if green hydrogen is chosen to address 4 activities that are very difficult to decarbonize, but that are a large portion of the global greenhouse gas emissions, airplane fuel, long-haul trucking fuel, steel manufacturing, ammonia manufacturing for fertilizer. Big asterisks next to this one. Health and safety issues need to be addressed. It's going to be brown hydrogen if you don't get additional renewable energy onto the electricity grid, and we want it to be green hydrogen. And finally, does the community approve? I mean, that just stops it all right there if the community doesn't want to see green hydrogen happen. But it is something there's a big demand for, and I wanted to make sure I include it. Next slide. Medium-sized projects. Now these are interesting. So these are either renewable energy projects or zero waste projects. The first one, solar emergency microgrids, you may be familiar with. This is a picture from Fremont's fire station. They put in, solar emergency microgrid has solar photovoltaic panels, energy storage, and then monitoring communications and controls. So if there's a big earthquake and the power goes down, if PG&E does a power safety, a public safety power shut off, then the fire station, the police station can cut off from the grid and still function, still take calls from the community, calls for help. So there's a very large demand for microgrids for critical community facilities like police stations, fire stations, health centers, high schools. Green accessory dwelling units. Should go into less detail here. Building deconstruction, there are a lot of homes that are ready to be renovated and upgraded in Richmond. And there are models around Urban Ore in Berkeley. Doors and windows are a major thing that they sell, salvage materials from from buildings. Destination downtown, Refoundry. Oh, I could go into an hour of detail on each one of these, but let's say next slide. Every city wants a tech accelerator, a tech incubator, tech accelerator, and Richmond's should be blue, I think, given 32 miles of shoreline. And wouldn't it be exciting to have a bunch of excited minds to think about ocean-based technologies, so ocean-based agriculture, robotics, marine power systems. So a blue accelerator could be interesting, and I would look to San Diego's Start Blue Accelerator for inspiration. There's a group that's looking to locate a training center for boat maintenance and repair. Not enough people trained in this, high demand for this area. And on the bottom right, you see everyone's very familiar with the fact that there are 442 brownfield sites, contaminated soils in Richmond, and a few Superfund sites. It could be interesting to have a Brownfields Research and Innovation Center that would showcase and study how effective different cleanup technologies are for the major contaminants that are problems here: petroleum hydrocarbons, pesticides, PCBs, VOCs, asbestos, arsenic, and then clarify the best cleanup technologies that could be used to help speed cleanup here, because the 442 brownfield sites are obviously a drag on economic development. Next slide. So small projects with a lot of potential to grow. Transportation Management Association, shoreline ecotourism. Surplus food rescue is interesting. These nonprofits often rely on volunteers to make it happen, which is great, but the latest data that I can find for Contra Costa County, the commercial sector generates 81,000 tons of food waste each year. 20% of that could be diverted to feed people. Currently, 2% is diverted to feed people. So if we can find funding to pay people to pick up surplus food, it sure is a meaningful job. It's so fun to rescue 10 trays of food from the landfill and bring it to people who are food insecure. Next slide. And finally, I wanted to share with you for small projects that could grow. Richmond has all the pieces for this. It'd be cool to put them all in the same place. So a Remakery is a place where you have a cafe in the center, so a place where people can come get food and drink, little snacks, see their friends, but also have workshops and maker spaces for enrichment, classes for kids after school, summer camps. It could have a tool lending library, which is currently open, I believe, one afternoon a week. So combine all these things into one space. And what we heard from many people during the survey, during the workshops, during the interviews, we want more community spaces. We want more spaces to hang out in. And this could be that, and also address zero waste issues. Next slide. I just have 2 more slides here. So what are the keys to unlocking this potential here? There are 2 main keys. One is additional funding. And while I've heard and seen over the last 2 years, grants are really a key way that Richmond gets these projects done for environmental and social gain. Grants are great if a project needs to be subsidized, partially subsidized or fully subsidized. But there are some projects that offer a return on investment. So also consider that the private financial sector could provide loans, loan guarantees, lines of credit, project finance for exciting projects. And the last slide is the other key to unlocking these projects is moving projects to the starting line so they can start hiring people, and that would take additional capacity. I've spent a lot of time with city staff over the last 2 years. They're so hardworking. They seem to be stretched pretty thin, so maybe additional personnel to serve as either champions or project managers, and the champions would work on scoping projects, like let's define it carefully, maybe business plans, line up funding, whether that's public or private, or they could be project managers to grow projects to the next level. And the last thought I want to leave you with is that these blue and green jobs would build wealth in the community. And whenever I said that in a presentation, everyone's eyes would light up. It would create housing, it would increase tax revenues, the city would reinvest in the well-being of the community. So here's the buffet of 24 projects. You get to decide which ones you want on your plate. Thank you, and back to Samantha.
Thank you, Justine. So just quickly, next steps, city staff plan to release the draft Richmond Green Blue New Deal implementation plan for a 60-day comment period, including presentations to the Economic Development Commission, Workforce Development Board, Richmond Coordinating Council. Our goal is to come back with the final plan to City Council for adoption in Q1 of 2025. Also, city staff, if directed by City Council, will continue to research and identify a detailed list of additional resources necessary for a thoughtful and sustainable Richmond Green Blue New Deal. And then city staff will continue to apply for funding, as well as implement City Council goals and priorities, many of which are in alignment with the green and blue economies and workforce. And with that, next slide. That completes our presentation. We've included the recommended action just for easy reference, but open to any feedback or questions.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Whoever he is. Yes.
That one. No, thanks for the presentation. I know this is just in the beginning of it, but the first thing that came to mind for me is just wanting to make sure that we're advertising this as much as possible. So when jobs are being created, like we're having great communication with our school district for any kids that are coming out of high school. Even just thinking about when I was a kid, just getting presentations on like the opportunities and jobs people could get into at like even the elementary school level, just to give some folks, kids a vision for something to look forward to, and how this is connecting with our Richmond Build and Jobs program as well. I want this to be something to be advertised and achievable at hand's reach for people as we're moving forward in this process. So I just would like, in the future, just more details on what that looks like. I'm making sure that Richmond residents are the first in line to take advantage of the jobs and things that get created from the Green Blue New Deal. So those were my main comments, and thank you again for the presentation.
And as I was looking at Councilmember Willis, I was thinking public comment, and I was
Public comment, Willis.
Yes. So do we have any public?
Yes, we have two speakers, Cordell Hindler and Jamie Purcell. If there's anyone online that wishes to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, Sam and Justine, for that presentation. I was looking at it and I'm like, wow. So my interpretation is I'm thinking like a cafe in downtown Richmond, because we don't have that many coffee shops in Richmond. So if we had something like that in the downtown area, it'll really would attract business. That's just my opinion. But looking at the port, and I'm like, again, as I mentioned it before, having that's been one of my things that I've been noticing, the port, we want to have more opportunities, like to enhance the port. So I'm thinking that this is a wonderful opportunity. So, and then as Councilmember Willis has pointed out, having the school district on board, I think that would be very helpful, because kids coming out of high school, I think that's an opportunity to look into. So with that, Jamie, it's all yours.
Jamie Purcell.
Well, that was a lovely presentation. I'm really happy to see the fruits of a long process of trying to see what the needs and how we can look forward to our future here in Richmond, because we, as I'm sure many people have said many times before, we do need economic development. But when we're talking about that, we need the right kind of economic development, not the one that is built off of the legacy of extraction from this community, of dumping and of polluting this community, but instead one that is going to be building a brighter future. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of these strategies being implemented. I really appreciated how it gave a very 360 sort of perspective of the ways that we can improve our economic development and how we're going to be building. But as well, I really wanted to uplift some of the things that I think we should, I don't know if they were called out specifically, but things like community land trusts, things like being able to invest it back in the community. And I think that one of the things that is going to be most important and really is will have to be further developed, like what Melvin was already chiming in about, which is about education. Education of why this is necessary. Why is it that we're not going the faster, cheaper, easier route, but instead we're doing it the right way the first time round? And it's because we want to have a future that is sustainable, that we have an economy that is diverse, and that we have a legion of workforce that can fit into these new industries that we're trying to attract. Because that is the one thing that is disheartening is whenever we have new industries come in, they're often occupied, being worked at by people who are outside of our community. But I see that this is an opportunity for us to really engage our young people, be able to engage our workforce that we have available, because we have a lot of talent and we just need to tap into it.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
We have 3 hands raised. Those speakers are Diana Ware, Don Thompson, and Kirby Lynch. Diana, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor Martinez and City Council, my name is Diana Ware and I serve on the Economic Development Commission, EDC. A subcommittee of the EDC reviewed the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and we endorse this report. Richmond has a long industrial history that brought jobs and infrastructure to the city, but also left enduring pollution. We now have a compelling reason to speed the just transition to a clean energy, zero waste future. The RGB&D Opportunities Report provides a menu of green, blue, new jobs, projects in renewable energy, building electrification, sustainable transportation, zero waste, and green infrastructure. Potential funders from the public and private sectors, federal and state governments, private financial entities, etc., are interested in investing in projects in communities like Richmond. They are waiting for details about which projects the city and community would like to pursue and open to hearing details about what Richmond needs to implement them. We appreciate the Richmond City Council's leadership on this topic and encourage the City Council to adopt recommendations in this report to catalyze work that protects and enhances the community, environment, and economy for current and future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Thompson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Don Thompson, and I am a member of the Richmond Economic Development Commission. The Policy, Planning, and Community Engagement subcommittees of the Commission strongly endorse the Richmond Green Blue New Deal, and we urge you to adopt its recommendations and to identify capacity building resources to start the project. The Richmond Green Blue New Deal will transform Richmond's economy, workforce, and environment. These projects will fulfill national and state priorities of transitioning to clean energy, eliminating waste, and electrifying our homes and businesses. This will result in a cleaner, healthier, more prosperous, and more beautiful Richmond. It could revitalize port operations and reanimate our manufacturing legacy. Hundreds, if not thousands, of new high-road jobs that uplift Richmond residents will be created. Richmond Green Blue New Deal will materially contribute to the achievement of the city's strategic goals, specifically improving the quantity and quality of housing, especially low-income housing, and reducing homelessness, increasing revenue and improving economic development, improving the quality of life, community health, and the social determinants of health, and addressing shoreline issues and ecological sustainability. Like building the World War II victory ships, Richmond will take pride in being the center of excellence fulfilling a critical national purpose. Richmond Green Blue New Deal provides a blueprint for building a just, equitable, resilient, and sustainable future for Richmond, a future that Richmond deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Kirby Lynch. Kirby, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
All right. Good evening, City Council. Dr. Kirby Lynch here, representing Ceres Policy Research, and also I am an Economic Development Commissioner. I am our Cannabis Policy Chair, and really am grateful to have worked on this during my tenure of this project. In 2021, when we were first alerted as the commission that this project was coming on board, we saw this as a great opportunity to integrate this effort with the GARE work that the city of Richmond at one point was really trying to initiate and dedicate itself to. But it seems that that kind of got lost throughout the years. And so, yes, the Economic Development Commission supports this, but do want to verbalize some of the comments that have come up throughout the entire 2-year process we've been talking with Justine about, which has not made it to this presentation. But again, the need to centralize racial equity and reparations in this plan. We understand that we may suffer from historical amnesia, but our Economic Development Commission was very clear that any type of blue-green New Deal needs to be operationalized to serve those communities who have been erased and gentrified and displaced and who have suffered from premature death, namely the African American community who has thoroughly been gentrified from the city of Richmond. So when we're thinking about these opportunities, if there could be some criteria for maybe census designated areas that y'all could maybe operationalize through the American Community Survey, targeting communities that have low education levels or in certain income levels, that however these opportunities come about, that there's a prioritization for those who have been, again, impacted by history of divestment. And again, this namely goes to the reparations plan that was started in 2021 by the city of Richmond. But again, like GARE, has not really been followed through. And so the Economic Development Commission, yes, supports this, but would like to, again, see some consideration for how this can be affirmed with the reparations plan in the past.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
All right, now it's time for council members. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Justine, for all the work that you have been doing around this, and thank you, staff, for the support. I have a few questions. I think like one of them is for the port. I think like
Excuse me, I smell smoke. So I think we need to check and see where that smell is coming from.
Daniel's going to check, the Director of Public Works.
Okay.
Officer, can you please call dispatch and provide an update?
I think it might be outside. It smells like it's coming from the vents.
But the smoke detector should have gone off.
It's not a smoke from inside, it's from outside. We're smelling the smoke from outside.
Wherever it is, before our misses, it should have smelled.
Smoke detectors always smell smoke that's directly within. It will smell outside.
Well,
You were smelling it, I was smelling it.
Yeah.
It was a smoke detector, I put up.
But the smoke might be down here and not up there.
Smoke always goes up.
No, it doesn't.
It always goes up because of the heat.
But this, what I'm saying, I don't think the smoke, if it's from
That's why
outside.
smoke detectors are always installed at the highest point of the city.
But I don't know that the smoke detectors will go off if it's the smoke outside, if it's a fire or somewhere else.
No. Anyway, all right. Yeah, okay, so. Yes, so Vice Mayor Jimenez, let's continue until we get further direction.
okay. So I was. We need to extend the meeting first, or
It's a house fire in San Pedro, 25th and Bush.
Okay, all right then.
okay.
So,
Thank you for the information.
and since we're stopped, we can extend the meeting?
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
My motion is that to extend the meeting until we finish this item.
I'll second it. I'm sorry, but we need to talk about Nowruz because we're running out of time for planning. So can we include that also? Make it very quick. It's not going to take long,
You have
please.
to ask the motion maker.
I'm good with that, Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yeah, I'm
to
good.
add that P5 right after.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? So for P2, would the council be amenable to accepting the report and approving the cost pool allocation? Or would you like to receive the report for P2, which is creating to Measure J funded our transit program and the lower cost pool rate for our transit?
I'm good with, I don't know what others are, but I'm good with accepting the report and authorizing the reduction without getting a presentation. I think we're all very supportive of the paratransit program.
So, can we have a presentation at a future date about the paratransit program? Because I too have been receiving a lot of complaints about the program, and I just want to understand exactly what's going on.
Sure. Would you like to hold the item over as is?
I mean, there's something about reducing the cost pool, which
Right.
my understanding was that's going to make it so that it's more cost effective to run the program by doing that. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding
It means that it's cost effective for the grantor.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
us as the administrator of the program, that would be, we increase our
we-
subsidy
right,
from the
we
general
take on
fund,
more
similar to
burden
the rent
for it.
program.
Mhm.
So I
But-
just wanted to, just because we want to maintain the positive working relationship and the momentum we've built with CCTA.
Yeah, I would be okay with moving forward with approving that as is tonight, if we can come back and just have a check-in about the program and what's going on and the issues that have happened. Because I was kind of surprised to learn about them at the
Yes,
TAC.
likewise, we're on a learning curve with that. So we appreciate that staff have been very responsive and
So I would like to ask the maker of the motion if we could extend the meeting to finish P4, to hear P5, and just to take a vote on P2 with the stipulation that it will come back for a presentation at some future meeting.
Yeah.
Presentation on the program in general, not this particular issue.
On the program in general, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
She made the motion, I'm seconding it, so I was just,
Yeah, no, but she has to accept the,
I think she did.
Yeah, I accept.
okay.
Yeah, it's
All
it.
right. Then
So this motion approves item P2.
No, this is
Are we
just
gonna take a separate-
extending the meeting to
Okay.
cover all of this.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes,
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
So clarification, I thought we were, and this motion is approving P2 altogether?
no,
So we're
it's-
going to do
it's-
another motion, okay.
The motion
Then
to extend
Yes, yes, so yes to extend the time.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Now, are we going to take a vote on P2 or no?
We should finish this item.
now,
we Yeah.
shouldn't skip around, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, can I finish mine?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So you talk about the port as this asset that we have is a deep port water. I remember one time we have some people who are working on the offshore wind, and we voted to have some work done. I don't remember exactly it was, but I just wanted to hear from you because as we had been talking about the port, and city council priorities is revitalizing the port. And I am a little confused about the plan. So if you can tell us, in terms of like looking at the offshore wind as a possibility in the port. What are the things that we need to do now to move that forward?
So I just want to quickly mention that one thing that's going to be really important. I know the port report was presented to City Council, and so there is a lot of infrastructure updates that are going to need to happen at the port. So I do just kind of want to note that.
And sorry to interrupt you. What port report?
It's my understanding that a report was brought to City Council.
The
but
audit of the port?
No, just the, sorry, apologies.
Okay.
To clarify, it's just about the port in general. But one thing that we can do is as part of, as we go through this 60-day review process of the implementation plan, we can definitely have a further and deeper conversation with port staff. And when we come back to City Council, we can provide additional information regarding that inquiry.
Yeah, and I wanted to hear from the consultant also, who has done a lot of research. What are your recommendations about what are the things that we will need to do next to be prepared if we really are thinking seriously about the offshore wind as a possibility for economic development with the port?
So there are three pieces that we listed in the report regarding the port for offshore wind, getting it ready. And the first one was strategic plan might not be the right term, but it's basically a marketing document that describes the role that Richmond's port could play in offshore wind, and having a map and showing the acreage at the port and what's being planned. The second step would be a port assessment. What's the state of the port? What shape is it in? What would it take to get to something that would be usable? So what's the assessment of the port? And the third would be the plan. What does the city and the residents want to see happen there with a whole community engagement process? So I talked to, at the offshore wind conference last May in Sacramento, talked to 3 different consultants that specialize in port development for offshore wind, and just got a sense from them. Those are the 3 pieces that Richmond would need to plan what to do at the port. I hope that's clear. But it's detailed in the report.
I think like, and maybe I am confusing, but I remember talking to some of the people who had been doing some of the analysis and studies for the offshore wind around California, and they came to present here. We didn't direct them to do the marketing plan, or I just wondering because I am confusing. They are confused about that.
If I might interject, we did not ask them to do any plan, but it was my understanding that we were doing a infrastructure port assessment. Are we doing that?
Yes.
Okay, so that is in process. I'd also like to report that we have had conversations with various developers who are very interested in our port for offshore wind. There's a company from Houston. The person that we've talked to is Juan Lara. He's done presentations to my office on how they could use our port. They're very, very eager to do that. They also realize that it would probably be between now and 5 years before they could actually hit the ground. They would love to do it earlier, if possible, but these are all possibilities that are waiting for us to implement. And so, as I said, Crowley, there were various. In fact, we have lots of developers who are vying for our port. So it's really a matter of us deciding how fast we want to move and how to move. We also have the the, what is it, the workforce, the shoreline, or the bay workforce, what is the name of?
Waterfront.
Yeah, the-
Working Waterfront Coalition.
Right, the Working Waterfront Coalition, who's very interested in establishing a workforce training here in Richmond. They have connections with the Richmond High. We could also include the West Contra Costa Unified School District Adult Education, who is interested in working with us for providing students who are interested in learning maritime skills. So we have a lot of interested people, and it wouldn't take much to get them on board and moving.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a next question. I think like it seems that we need not only the buy-in in the community, but the buy-in from staff to really move this in a way that is visioning and is bold and is not just looking at the short term or what we have right now and trying to maintain that. One of the things that you mentioned that is interesting to me is the land use and the Brownfield Resort and Innovation Hub. Can you talk a little more about that and how that could be part of a potential job, green job, and green economy development?
We had a conversation at some point with the Center for Creative Land Recycling, I believe is the name of it, and a decades-long expert in brownfields said, you know, it's not crystal clear which technology to use for what all the time. And it seems that Richmond has so many contaminated land sites, so many brownfield sites, that if there's confusion about what exactly to use, that perhaps if having a Brownfields Research and Innovation Hub would help in conjunction with other partners. I shouldn't really get into who potentially the partners should be. That'd be more appropriate for staff. But to have a place where you can study of the most common contaminants in Richmond, what are the best technologies, as a way to kind of put a spotlight on Richmond that if it takes so much effort just to clean up one site and you have over 400, how do we speed it up and bring that land back into productive use, because it seems to be a drag on economic development. So it's a field station kind of hub where you would run experiments and show and track data and have hypotheses and conclusions, and perhaps that would help bring more funding to Richmond to clean up some of these sites that they could be used for higher uses. Was the basic thought.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much, Justine, for the presentation. Thank you, staff, for all your work along with Justine to get us to this point. I really like the various different types of projects that you're setting forth as examples, and some seem more short-term available in terms of how we can implement it, and others seem like they'll take a longer term. And so at some point, maybe we could start to or categorize ones that can be implemented in a shorter time frame, and those that will take a little bit more research and review process and outreach, et cetera. But I think it's a wonderful kind of potpourri of different ideas. So I really want to thank you for doing that. And I also want to just say, when I first brought this forward in 2021, brought forward the agenda item, I was going to call it direct staff to hire a consultant for a Green New Deal. And I talked to some of our shoreline advocates. I was talking to various environmental groups and various environmental justice groups and shoreline advocates. And they said, oh, you really need to call it a green-blue New Deal because Richmond has 32 miles of shoreline and there's so many jobs that are related to water, you know, whether it's boat building or cleaning up our shoreline or, you know, so many different types of jobs are related to water. So I'm glad that I took their advice and called it a green blue New Deal. It seems like now everybody's calling it very easily. Nobody questions what's a green blue New Deal. We all understand that there's, you know, blue water, and that's part of our job development sustainability program. And so thank you for getting this moving for us. I want to say that a lot of the projects will fit into a just transition. And as we know, we got a settlement from Chevron, and we'll probably be bringing another resolution soon. We did one resolution already just to kind of set the table, not putting in any, concrete categories, but we named some examples of categories. But I think we're going to have to move another resolution and maybe even another one. We talked about a series of resolutions. But I think we need to recognize that a lot of these projects could be funded through the just transition bucket, because that will be at least one of the categories that this money will be kind of divided into. So I think we need to think about that. We need to think about, hey, this council has a vision for just transition. It also has a settlement that is at least partially going to be devoted to that. And this Green Blue New Deal has a just transition in its vision. So I think a lot of things are coming together. And I just want to thank you for all your work. And it's great to see it. I guess we'll have probably another presentation at some point, or at least the council will, whoever, becomes the new council next year, as to how to kind of, look at the different projects and which ones should we move forward first, which ones will take longer. So I guess that will be a next stage, and I'm glad, though, that this first stage is happening. So thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for the presentation. Couple of questions. Are we, as part of your recommendation, are we also looking at how are we positioning to make sure that we're doing union jobs as we're moving forward with the Green Blue Deal? And then also PLAs, because that's all important in our workforce, especially in Richmond. We're a union town. So how do we make sure we incorporate that in there if it's not already?
That is absolutely something that, as we're receiving feedback on the implementation plan, that we can look into and provide if there's any sort of additional comments or feedback regarding that. But when we come back to City Council, we can further respond to your inquiry.
Thank you. And then would you be able to also maybe provide some policy recommendations on and how do we move forward with permitting new employers that come into Richmond, especially those using our ports or anywhere where people are living? We have companies that want to continue coming into Richmond that might be bringing in some hazardous materials. So maybe some guidance there that can help us create some policies that say, look, if we want new companies, we want more employers, we want more jobs. However, we want to move away from companies that might create more hazardous materials in Richmond, for example. I don't know, maybe some guidance there, because as we move forward in one direction, we want to make sure that we kind of bring the whole cart with us. So.
Throughout the project, I was looking for opportunities to include policies, sample policies in it, and I just kept applying the idea that, but what does it take to get it to the starting line for all these different projects? For the ones that are already happening, what does it take to ramp up and hire more? For ones that are going to need 3 to 5 years to assess and plan for, what does it take to get them going? And to me, it came down it was funding and having the capacity to scope the project, to find funding, like it was either funding or capacity. So the policy question turned into more, what is the environmental policy framework at the federal, state, and regional level that enables these jobs to occur? And a lot of California, I'm so proud to be in California, there's so much great environmental policy in place that kind of shines a light on the path forward. So 100% renewable energy by 2045. I mean, that's really informing the financial sector to invest in offshore wind, to invest in solar, utility scale solar, like all these things. So we've got this amazing policy framework at the state level and, you know, to a certain extent at the federal level that kind of informs it. But in terms of examples of policies for the Richmond City Council or Richmond staff to use, I wasn't looking at that level so much because I was like, what are the barriers? What's standing in the way? How do you take the next step? And it was funding capacity and the environmental policy framework that's already in place. So try not to create more work for all of you, but rather what's going to make this happen the fastest was more of my lens.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No other questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. So I'm a bit confused about the process. What is the next step exactly?
So tonight you received information on the opportunities report, which outlines the 24 recommended projects. And part of the next steps is around the implementation plan, you know, in reference to the 24 projects. And so there will be a 60-day comment period around the implementation plan.
So what do we get with the implementation plan? Like one of the things was battery. We had Maxion that made battery and went bankrupt. So I'm not sure how accurate the data we received is. And the implementation draft, does it just provide examples of good businesses in terms of Green, Blue, New Deal, or does it talk about how to attract businesses? And also, if the mayor says that there's a lot of interest already on such businesses on the port, should we put this on hold and see what we get and then process this? I'm confused.
So the implementation plan is basically how to implement the 24 projects. And part of the comment period is going to be understanding from the community what is needed or what is the desire around what would be helpful in order to get a lot of these projects started, and specifically how to uplift the Richmond community to partake in these projects. So that's the goal of the implementation plan. It's not going to be necessarily about identifying businesses as much as potentially it could be something around what is a business green blue business attraction strategy, or how can we support current Richmond business green and blue businesses. So it's more of how can we operationalize the 24 projects that were identified. And that's what the implementation plan would be about, but making sure that we get community feedback on how to do that. And Justine, I don't know if you have additional comments.
The implementation plan really gives 3 to 7 next steps, like how do we get this project closer to the starting line. And it was interesting in talking with one woman who's a teacher in the school district here. She loves the idea of the remakery. And I was talking to her about after school enrichment for kids and summer camp. She's like, you don't have to convince me. Like, if there's funding here, I will jump over to that job. I would love to lead a remakery. So I also shared with staff a spreadsheet of people who have expressed interest in various projects. So the implementation plan is everything from you know, the first few steps for a tangible project that we've seen somewhere else to how to attract battery manufacturers who are only going to be the largest companies like Samsung, you know, the big players. It's going to Energy Storage Conference in March 2025 in Dallas, with, a one-pager describing Richmond and, doing lots of reading before the person goes to understand the terms, the players, the challenges, and then networking and offering, would you like to come tour Richmond to see, what it's like and what Richmond has to offer. So the implementation plan specifics are different for each project depending on where they're at. Rescuing surplus prepared food, that's already happening, but it's happening with volunteers. It would be a great job for transition age youth or folks who are justice involved, who are trying to reintegrate into the economy, to just plug in. If they have a driver's license, they can go. So that's a matter of funding, and Recycle More is trying to figure out where additional funding can come from to pay people to do this kind of work. So the implementation plan, each of the 24 projects, 3 to 7 next steps. So once you dive into your favorite project, you'll see.
Thank you. I just have
needs to
two
happen.
quick questions. So I think what I'm trying to ask maybe is directed towards the mayor. If we already have interest for the port, should we exclude that so all the energy and resources go to the others? Other examples of Green Blue New Deal?
I think they all need to be looked at, and some of the others do involve the port. And some of them are already happening, like the green hydrogen. We have Raven here in Richmond, which is making the potential to make clean green hydrogen from green waste. One of the things that they have said over and over again is that what you put in is what you get out. If you put in materials that have toxins in them, you're going to end up with a lot of toxin wastes. But if you put in pure green material, you'll get green material out. So they are at the forefront. They're here in Richmond, and we need to support them. So that's around green energy. And as we look at this, we can see that we've already started on a lot of these, and we're doing projects to promote a lot of these. And in looking at implementation, what we need to do is to see where each one of them is and how to prioritize them so that we don't waste a lot of time and that we can get the most as quickly as possible.
Last quick question. I didn't see service industry there. For example, if headquarters of a company comes that is absolutely clean and their sales is done in Richmond, then we get their sales tax plus having a green business in the city. Would that be a category you may want to look at?
The 24 projects are by no means exhaustive. They're just examples. There's so many more examples we could have thrown in there. So, sure, anything you would like to add? I just, with my team, looked for projects that matched the skill set, the assets that are in Richmond that make Richmond special. And there are a lot of skilled and trained union workers in metal fabrication, pipe fitters, boiler makers, sheet metal workers, and also looking at the environmental policy framework the state has set, saying we'd like to move to all electric. California has 14 million buildings. They want all buildings to go zero emission and be all electric, and we only have 71,000 electricians. So I was just looking at the talent set, the skills that are already here, the interest from the surveys, the workshops, the interviews, and you could add so many more projects to the list, definitely.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Okay. I feel like I'm unfortunately in that position of being somebody who's going to be a little bit of a spoil sport again. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what's being presented here. Do we have the draft implementation plan here? Something is called the implementation plan, but I'm wondering if that's the implementation plan.
Correct. I believe attachment.
That's the list of projects that has like a little overview and then a case study?
Attachment 4, yes.
Yes, attachment 4. So,
Yeah,
I'm not even
attachment
sure
4.
how to talk about this. Let's take one thing, shipbuilding. In order to implement a shipbuilding plan, you probably need to know how much room would you need, and at what kind of location in order to build the large ships that are being proposed. I didn't see that outlined in the document. Is it exist somewhere?
If I might, we have been talking to offshore wind people and the developers.
Did you make the implementation plan?
I did not, but.
Is it in the implementation plan?
If you stop interrupting me and let me finish, I will explain to you. The shipbuilding is in there. There are people who are interested in shipbuilding. They've approached us. They're the ones who know how much space there is. They're the ones who look at the port and say, yes, we can, or no, we can't. So I think there are so many possibilities that we can't know the parameters of all of them. These are suggestions. They're not like we're going to do this.
So now I feel like I have to say that you're interrupting me. And I do have some thoughts that I'd like to get out, and I think they're important.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You asked me a question, or maybe you didn't.
I didn't.
Okay, my apologies.
So my understanding of our port is that we have a few berths, a few places that activities can take place. And some of those places are uniquely fit to host certain activities, and some are not. And so as we think about the different menu of opportunities that could happen at the port, I imagine that there's a smaller selection of things that could happen in each of the different spaces that we have available. But if we don't know which one of those places is best suited for what, then when we go to that conference or when we go to that whatever it is to talk to people, we don't know what we're pitching. It actually is not a very strong pitch if you go and you don't know if you have what they need yet. You need to actually know that. If you could wait and see if they tell you, but then that doesn't put us in the best negotiating position, right? We need to know what it is that we have to offer and sell. And we need to know which one of these options is actually going to bring the best return for the city, right? Because some of these things might not be as good for the city as others. But we would need to know that, and the way you would know that is you would have some kind of a landscape study where you understand what's the viability of that business, what's the need for that business locally, nationally, whatever, what kind of income sources could the city, expect to receive from it. You get different types of tax income from different types of industries, from different kinds of outcomes. I guess when I'm thinking about an implementation plan, and not just a list of possibilities, I want to know those kinds of facts so I have all of the information I need so that we're choosing which types of these projects can actually bring jobs, can actually bring revenue, and the most revenue. Even just with things that we're thinking about that isn't a part of the Green New Deal, we know that certain industries in Richmond are not as good as others, right? We know that the storage industry, when people make big storage facilities, that is not the best use of land in terms of tax returns, in terms of our general fund taxes, as other uses. And I feel like there's a lot missing in the implementation plan. I like to understand for each one of these things how many people it can employ, and what kind of jobs. Are they union jobs? Are they cleaning up in the factory? Does this research facility really only have 5 people who work there? Or does it have 50? And how do people, a question that pops into my head is how many Richmond residents work at Raven? No diss to Raven, no shade, but I'm just like, how many Richmond residents work there? And what is the pathway to employment if somebody wanted to work there? What do they need to know? What do they need to learn? Like, and I'm saying this not to be a poo-poo person, but having spent the last 20 years doing workforce development projects, there is a huge gap oftentimes between where our young people are and where they need to be in order to get those living wage jobs. And I would like to understand in the implementation plan what those gaps look like for each one of these industries, so that when we're thinking about what kind of education, training programs we need, we're addressing the gaps. We've actually previewed them, and we can understand and build out to that. Or else we'll bring a company here and no one in Richmond will work there because we haven't identified what the gap is and we haven't made a plan to fill it. I don't think we have infinite space. We have a very finite space, even with a big port or a relatively big port. So we actually do need a little more information in order to be able to direct our resources towards the things that have the most probable success, right? I mean, some of these things have international competition, like Maxion. They're driving it out of business, you know? Maybe we need to know about that. So even though it might sound good right now, there might not be conditions where we would really want to put our eggs in that basket. And I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing what I would hope and what I feel like we need for an implementation plan. It's a great list of possibilities, but it's missing really key data so that we can make good choices about what we prioritize, what we put forward, and what we won't. So,
If I might interrupt you to suspend the rules?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules, finish this item, make a motion on P2, and hear about P5. And hopefully this will be a very quick process because it is 11:30. So my motion is to suspend the rules to basically finish the agenda.
I second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Note me as absent.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
So I'm gonna keep going because I feel like, this work, just transition work, is work that I feel like I've been having really close to my heart for a really long time. And one of the things that we do that really does a disservice to the work is not have the rigor that we need to be successful. I'm gonna say that again. We often do not have the rigor that we need to be successful. And this is a great list. It needs more work. It needs more details to really point us in the direction of success. Bring those facts to the table. A lot of the actions here are like read industry papers. Like, that's not good enough. At this phase, we need more information. We need more direction. You can look at each one of these options, and there's so many questions that come to my mind, regarding where we're trying to get as a city and what we need in terms of jobs, in terms of revenue. And there's just a lot of unanswered questions. And I would hope that when this makes itself around, when it comes back, if there's time, that more can be put into this. Because for me, I know this list, and I've seen this list for 20 years in various forms and things, and this is not helpful.
We thank you for the feedback, and we do value it. And, that's the feedback that we want to hear and we want to see as we're going through the 60-day comment period. We want it to be helpful. We want it to be useful. We want to make it, as good as it can be. So definitely we appreciate and value that feedback. And will be incorporated as we move through will be recorded as we move through the 60-day comment period. But we thank you and we appreciate that feedback, and it's something that we will be noting moving forward.
Thank you, Samantha. So from the consultant's perspective, based on the feedback that you're hearing this evening, do you have a recommendation? I said, based on the feedback that you're hearing this evening from the council, do you have a recommendation?
For us to make a decision.
Yeah, so the council has just provided feedback. Based on their feedback that they're providing, because Samantha's a staff person, right? So we retained a consultant to prepare this document. Do you have a recommendation in response to what the feedback that has been provided this evening to help accomplish what the council is requesting?
I just want to say in response to Councilmember Robinson's most recent concern that I agree with you and that it is a bit inchoate. And it's, in my mind, it's an exploration process. And so just last May, going to the Offshore Wind Conference in Sacramento, a lot of questions I had were answered. Things became clearer. I wasn't sure at the time if it made sense for Richmond to be which of the three types of ports Richmond would fall under. And over the course of the conference, learning about operations and maintenance ports, those need to be right near the wind farm, so that's not good for Richmond. And there's, I'm blanking right now, another type of port that did not seem appropriate, but manufacturing port seemed perfect. So it maybe feels fuzzy because it is in a way, and it was an attempt to lay out a bunch of different options. Again, certainly not exhaustive or comprehensive, but a bunch of options, small, large, quick to implement, already happening, or will take a while to get going. And the more you explore, the more one does research and goes to ask questions of people and gets answered, and the more public feedback is given, and there's a lot of interest in these three projects, and no one's really interested in those four projects, things kind of will fall away, and some things will be elevated, and some questions will become clearer. So it's a process of exploration. I didn't want to be so bold as to say, this is absolutely 100% what Richmond needs right now. It's up to you all to decide what your priorities are.
I think that we're less needing to say what Richmond needs right now, but actually presenting what it seems that each one of these things could offer, because then we could make an informed decision about what we're most interested in. Because oftentimes I think we do what we know and not necessarily what we need.
So the port assessment will clarify a lot of things. What state is the port in? How big is it exactly? And what work needs to be done? I would leave that up to port engineers, people who are experts in that area. So for someone
But there's
to
also parameters for each one of these projects in terms of what they need, in terms of space, in terms of what kind of materials they're going to move around. If you're moving heavy steel, do you need those horses? Are you going to bring it in on a railway line? How do the materials get to the site? Is there a pathway to get them there? Is this the appropriate site for that? Is there enough space for that stuff to be moved? Is there enough electricity at the port to do these things? I feel like each one of those things has different requirements, has different needs. And if we don't know what they are, because they have not been defined in our implementation plan, we can't make informed decisions about whether or not it's going to work for our facility. Even if we know a lot about our facility, if we don't know a lot about the project, then it doesn't matter that we know a lot about our facility because we don't know what that project needs.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I just wanted to say quickly, I do appreciate the concerns of my colleague, Councilmember Robinson. At the same time, I think it may be a bit too much to ask consultant to do this. I think the city needs to hire a green business developer to know the capacity and capability of the city and go after those businesses and bring them in. To me, just identifying the type of businesses does not do any good. I honestly don't get that. I really appreciate your work and I value it, but in terms of the city, I don't know what the use for us may be. So I hope at some point the city manager comes up with the idea or suggestion for hiring a green business developer, so we can not only identify the businesses, we can identify the specific business owner and attract them to the city or get them started. Thank you.
If I may,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion unless, yeah,
I'd like to make another
comment?
clarification. When I first became interested in the offshore wind industry, I didn't know anything. By going to the conference, I learned, I talked to developers. When we went to the offshore conference, we brought the specifics about our port. And we gave a report of, we shared a report of our port to developers who looked at it, who went to Google to look at what was there. And then they came to the port, they toured the port to see what was there. And only by doing that were they able to think, oh, we want to be part of Richmond. And so we've gotten plans that we couldn't come up with ourselves because we don't know the industry. And so there's no way for us to know what they need without talking to them. And the best way to find out what they need is to have them come to the port and see what we have. And that's what they did. And so once they tell us what they want to do, then we can start asking them questions like, how many people will you hire? Will they be union jobs? What sorts of materials will you need? How will you transport them here? So those are the kind of questions that can only be answered once we know who it is that's going to do the business. And you know, that's why I think that having these generalities is a good way to outline the possibilities. Some of them, we're further down the road, and you know, we need to ask questions, such as Councilmember Robinson has asked. You know, like for instance, Raven. We've had conversations with them. You know, and we can have conversations with them about number of employees and such. But I do agree that we need to have a more robust implementation plan, and you know, I see this as a draft, something that needs to be developed as much as possible, and we do that by reaching out to people who might be interested in doing them. And I think that's the only way we can get the kind of information that we need in order to make decisions.
So I want to make a motion, but before I do, I just want to say that I agree that more comprehensive information could come forward, should come forward. I mean, especially in terms of job training. I mean, we have a, you know, through Richmond Build, a green job training program. And when we were promoting solar, we made sure we had solar installation training. When we were promoting cleanup, we made sure we had a hazmat training program. We have to determine what kind of training programs were needed based on what kind of projects have the most viability. So I think more information is needed. So today we have gotten this presentation, but I basically would want to make a motion to, what does it say? Receive the present, you know, I move that we received the presentation on the Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and the draft Richmond Green Blue New Deal Implementation Plan, and we authorize staff to move forward with the public process, and when it comes back, to provide a more comprehensive understanding of various projects and, you know, their viability, as well as, you know, what training our residents. So I think Councilmember Robinson made some really good points, and so you heard them all, and I think you could take those and come up with some more information, and if we need to hire somebody to do a marketing plan or some sort of understanding of how we bring in new businesses and what level of employee support they will provide or employee numbers they will provide and what kind of training we have to provide for our residents to be ready for such businesses, that would all be very helpful for us. So my motion is to receive the presentation and to come back after the public process with more comprehensive information.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we have further discussion?
I would like to say something.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for challenge this conversation. I agree with you. I think like the issue that we have in many things here in the city is that we pretend that one person is going to do it all, or to have many titles, as many staff has, like they hold 2 or 3 jobs in some ways. So I think when we are thinking about it, this is no a job of just doing this report and do it. I think like there are some good examples here that then it needs to be breaking down to get to that. But we cannot pretend that just one person is going to do it because it needs a different expertise. Like for instance, like looking at the poor is a huge thing. And we don't even have the staff. Like we hardly said part poor, part small businesses, supporting small businesses. How we are going to do that? Like, so I think like it's also about building a capacity within in the city to really take this on. And I don't feel like we have that right now, and we need to. And each of these things will have to, I mean, maybe some can be grouped and say like, this is how we can do it. But for me, for instance, like the port is a huge endeavor that we need to look at it, convince people of the possibilities to at least to explore it. Because I just feel like people are just kind of like in this mode of like, we want things as we have it. We don't want to row the boat. And because I feel sometimes they are overwhelmed as well. So we need to think about what is the infrastructure, how we can do this to get the answer. I agree, we had to have more information to make the right decisions, but I just wanted to say that.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that this report was a couple $100,000 and it was prepared by a consultant. So we absolutely agree that we need more staff. And so there was a suggestion that we add an analyst, an additional position beyond the positions that have already been discussed for the port, to make sure that the council's policy direction can be implemented. But this actual document was the responsibility of the consultant, and staff was working in tandem with them. And I think part of the opportunity this evening, and we appreciate the feedback, is because the feedback that Councilmember Robinson in particular has been providing is the feedback that staff have been sharing with me that they would like included in the report. And I think for them, this was also, and there's an opportunity for improvement, and that's what they've been noting to me.
Just to add to that, my understanding was, and I might be incorrect about this, but it was $300,000 for this project?
I think it was $350,000.
$350,000.
No? Was it 300? Okay.
$300,000. I would expect more for our money than an overview list of 24 projects with $300,000.
I agree, and that's why staff have been having a hard time.
So, and I'm saying that as somebody who absolutely believes that we need to make the green the port, and I am a tried and true, fangirl of all things green and blue, just transition. And the reason why I'm so adamant about this, because I know we need it to work. We need the information so that we can be successful, not just for Richmond, not just for our economy, but for our planet. And poor execution gets us death. I take the flooding that's happening in North Carolina very seriously. And this, to me, is not $300,000 worth of work. I'm sorry.
Let's do the motion. We have other things to finish up.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner abstaining, Councilmember Robinson voting no, and Councilmember Willis is absent. Our next item.
So I
Is that-
move on P2, the authorizing the reduction of the cost pool amount allocated to the Richmond Paratransit Program by $351,000 in fiscal year 2024-25, which would increase the general fund's obligation by $351,000, and also to assure that the city manager brings back a presentation on this at an appropriate time.
Will do.
Okay.
I'm sorry, real quick, before the item is approved, there's 3 components to that one. I will definitely come back to present on paratransit, but CCTA will need for the city council to approve Richmond's response to the audit, as well as our performance improvement plan.
So the motion is extended to not only authorize the reduction of the cost pool amount, but also to approve Richmond's responses to the audit and performance improvement plan.
Is it time sensitive?
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Can we add,
What the performance improvement plan is, what
The
So
audit
I
is
feel a
this
little
in the-
uncomfortable not
Okay.
understanding what exactly,
maybe we should-
what we're moving forward on in
Maybe
terms
get a
of
little-
response.
A little presentation or a short
Sure, we're happy.
summary?
We're happy to provide. Was looking at the item and I focused on authorize. So
Yes,
LaShonda,
so
can
did I.
you
That's what I did.
briefly describe, and I believe we shared via email the audit responses. Can you give a quick overview?
Sure. Good evening, council members. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Transportation is one of the divisions under Community Services, and included in transportation is the Richmond Paratransit Program. The Paratransit Program is funded by CCTA, the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and we receive Measure J funds annually to operate the Paratransit Program. It's around $800,000 that we receive annually. There have been some issues over the past few years with our claim form that have been brought up by the Paratransit Coordinating Committee, which is a subset of a CCTA body. And they have asked questions about some of our metrics, and we have, I've been over transportation for the past 2 years, and so I've been very involved in the past 2 years, even though some of these issues go further back than my time with transportation. So in the past 2 years, our funding has been held, and they have asked us a series of questions around our metrics. They want to make sure that the cost per trip is lower. And so they also were concerned about our high cost pool charges. So as an example, in the current fiscal year, if we receive $800,000 in revenue from CCTA, our cost pool charges were upwards of $400,000, which is just how the city allocates cost pool. It allocates it automatically to different departments. City staff don't have an opportunity to not pay that. And so we were including that cost pool charge as part of our claim form. And that is extremely high for CCTA. And so they did ask for us to reduce that cost. So after they have looked at a lot of our claim forms, they had issues, they had some concerns, they wanted additional data from us. They convened or conducted an audit with an independent auditor that happened last year. Going into this year, we received our audit findings. We had 20, I believe it was 29 findings. We received a report. We were given a few days to respond to those audit findings, which we did based on the deadline, where we had an opportunity to share back with CCTA what we believed, what we agreed with, what we didn't agree with. We did agree that there were a lot of things that we could be doing better in our paratransit program. And so with that, they released the report, and they gave us an opportunity. So in the opportunity, there was 3 options. One is for the city of Richmond to determine or to tell them with a letter of intent if we wanted to keep the paratransit program. Do we even want to continue trying to operate the paratransit program? And we submitted a letter by the deadline, which we have shared with City Council, which said, yes, we do want to continue this program. And all of this was done during recess, which is why we're coming to you all now. The second thing they asked us to do was create a performance improvement plan. So based on the 29 audit findings, they asked us to speak to all of those audit findings, explain how we were going to improve and do better, since we said we wanted to keep the program. And we submitted that in August. And once again, you all were on recess, so we weren't able to share that with you before it was submitted to CCTA. And finally, they wanted us to reduce our cost pool for the fiscal year and any fiscal year moving forward. So we did all of those things. We presented to the Paratransit Coordinating Committee with an update a few weeks ago. And the Paratransit Coordinating Committee was, and this is how I took their reaction, they felt like they received more information than they have received in previous years in terms of our progress. CCTA staff seemed excited about the progress that we were making in the various areas. And so we believe we are on a really good path forward in terms of improving our paratransit service. The reason why they felt like our cost for service was extremely high was because what we were only presenting to them was the cost, because we hire our own we have city staff that are drivers, and we pay our staff well. We have high benefit load. And so that's all we were presenting on. But the city of Richmond has vans where we do door-to-door service, where we only have 2 drivers and 2 vans. They go to someone's door and help escort them to the van and take them where they need to go. So it's door-to-door concierge service that we provide. We were only providing that number. What we didn't provide to CCTA was our numbers for our Lyft program. So we are the only local jurisdiction that has paratransit that has Lyft. So our Lyft program only costs about $10 a ride, which is substantially less than what it costs for us to have our drivers do the service. So once I realized they weren't getting that data, we started to provide that data to them as well for the past 3 years. Our Lyft ridership for our seniors, individuals with disabilities, is we are, in last fiscal year, I think it was 17, I don't have any of my notes in front of me, so this is all from memory. It's about 17,000 trips. They weren't getting that information. So what they were getting was, we had very low trips for $800,000 because we were only sharing kind of our 2 van drivers. And so once I understood and I really got into the weeds, I started to understand that they were missing data. So we get raw data from Lyft. We were aggregating it using pivot tables. We're providing information they have never seen before. And so I feel like they have shared with me that the level of staff support that they're receiving now, the level of input they're receiving now from city staff, very much engaged. We are trying very deeply to understand what the issues are so we can do better, because it is our intent and our plan to continue to operate this program on behalf of Richmond residents. We know this is a really important and fundamental service, an essential service for our community members. They really do depend on it. We know a lot of seniors, I think almost 1,000 seniors use Lyft, where we don't have as many who do the door-to-door service. So we're excited about the work that we're doing. We have a consultant that is helping us. His name is Wayne Tonda. He was on, he may not be on now, but he is meeting weekly with our paratransit staff to go over and analyze the data. That was something else they were concerned about. We were just submitting numbers, but we weren't really doing analysis. We are doing analysis now. We are looking at data on a monthly basis to talk about and to understand what we need to do better, and how we can continue to improve our services. So there are a lot of, we have a new software system. So we transitioned from an old software, a routing system, to a new one with VIA, who does Richmond Moves, and we get data from them. So we are just, in every area in which CCTA was concerned, we are making, to me, tremendous strides, and I think they can see the improvement in what we're doing. So that's just a little bit without any of my notes. We still have work to do, but I really sincerely believe we are doing much better, and I believe if CCTA staff were here, and they shared this at the PCC, that they were pleased with the work. Nikki Mastay has been helping, Hope Littell. So I brought a group of folks together to really focus on this because I know how important it is to our seniors.
Thank you. I'm curious. I have a difficult time understanding cost pool. Why was $351,000 allocated from cost pool, and what's the mechanism for switching it over to general fund?
I will ask Nikki Mastay to come up. I also don't fully understand cost pool. It's like hundreds of pages. We get a consultant to help us do it. They do a lot of fancy math, and city staff or just, departments just receive a number that they have to pay. So in fiscal year 24-25 budget, paratransit was allocated 400, I think it was $470,000 for cost pool. When we looked, and we being like the consultant was looking at how much other jurisdictions that receive Measure J money were attributing to overhead, and it was about 20%. That was the max. We were at 70%. And so our reducing the cost pool allocation by $351,000 gets us to about 20%, which is in line with what some of the other jurisdictions are doing. So that's where we came up with a number to let CCTA know we do need to have some overhead because we pay finance and IT and Public Works to do a lot of support for paratransit. And so we didn't want to reduce it to zero. We also didn't want to keep it at over $400,000. So we reduced it to be about 20%.
Cost pool, the bane of almost everybody's existence in government. The cost pool, anywhere I've been, is always done by an outside third party because it looks at every single department and makes allocations to other departments for services. The document is very large, takes a long time to complete, and difficult to understand. And their allocation is based on the analysis of a third-party consultant, along with everybody else's allocation. So when we were audited by CCTA and they saw that we were submitting the cost pool, they're like, but compared to the other jurisdictions, they just don't have that. And they also have cost pool. So they are doing with, what we've done pretty much with our rent program is, okay, we're going to charge you to cost pool, and then we're going to contra it out. So you see it going in, you see it coming out. So we're subsidizing. So we'd be subsidizing the paratransit program for the cost pool.
So the other cities who have a lower cost pool don't have as many expenses?
Correct, Mayor. Our benefit package and our and what we provide to our workforce is different from the neighboring jurisdictions.
Okay, I'd be interested in. Well, I guess we have to compare benefit packages between our city and other cities.
Yeah, it's a lot of it has to do with our insurance is one of the areas. So it's not just the direct wage, that's one component, but it's also the insurance component and other post-retiree benefits and things like that.
Okay, Councilmember Bono?
Quickly, I believe the alternative is to let the county run the program with less overhead. Why don't we do it? And then we won't have to give 351,000 out of the general fund.
We respectfully, so while the council was on recess, we talked about all of the options internally. And based on the fact that we have significantly high health disparities in Richmond, we thought that we should try to keep the program because our residents use the program to go to doctor's appointments.
But the county would offer the same program, right?
LaShonda, feel free
Yeah.
to jump in,
Oh,
but I think that it's really important that if we can provide a service and do a good job, right, for our residents, that we try to do that. And so it's really more about equity and values, and it's not just about the cost. It's about like how do we. Is that helpful?
This is
No,
what we
the
are.
county could provide the same service of providing rights. Why don't we let them operate it and save 350,000? I don't get it.
A3 and Community Crisis Response Program is the same. It's simple.
And there were, what we were offered were three options. One option was for us to keep the program the way we have it, which is we have some in-house drivers, and we have Lyft, like for us to keep it, and figure out how we're gonna do better. And so that is what we submitted. We said we want to keep the program. We want to have it still be, we care about our city staff. We have staff that the city hires to help run the paratransit program. So we want to maintain our staff. We don't want to lay people off. We don't want to transition individuals. We want to provide a quality service. So that is the recommendation we moved forward with in terms of our letter of intent and our performance improvement plan. The other option was we can keep the program, but we need to contract it out, which means we need to figure out what we're going to do with the existing city staff. So that's another option. Option three, which is not, which is something that CCTA has to look into, is they will take the entire program from us and give it to another jurisdiction. They have not figured out if that's the county or if that's someone else. So what they needed from us first was, number one, do we even want to do this work? And if so, how do we think we're going to do it better? And so that's what we were able to provide in the performance improvement plan to CCTA. Now, what CCTA will do is they're going to take, after the city council makes a determination if they accept our plan and make a determination about cost pool, they're going to take that information. They've been waiting for us to make this determination so that they can go back to the CCTA board and share what we have submitted and share their recommendation for how they believe they want to move forward as a board, because once again, they're the ones that provide the Measure J dollars to help us fund this program.
I'd like to also say that we've had this conversation about the library, letting the county take over our library system. We've had this conversation about our fire department, letting the county take over the fire department. So we've had this conversation around a lot of the services that our city provides, and always Richmond citizens want the city of Richmond to do those services. And so I think that a lot of us council members know what our citizens want, and we try to make sure that our city provides those services.
And also, it's not about what the county offered. We recognize that there is gaps. Like, for instance, with the on-house interventions. The county is the one who received the money, but it hasn't been enough and sufficient for us, and we recognize that, and we jumped and said, we want to make sure that we are funding some of that intervention, even though we don't receive money from the state to deal with that, is the county. A3, they just got the A3, but we said, and the community told us that it was important to have the Community Crisis Response Program host in the city of Richmond. So if we are thinking about like, why is the county doing that, not doing it as? it's kind of like minimize the needs of the community and saying, because other people are doing it, we don't need to do it. And what we are, in contrast, what we, some of the council had been always saying is that, no, we want to provide the high quality of services that we want to provide. And by having it in-house, some of these will help us to improve and to have better. And I hope that the plan is to improve the services, because what we want is to have better quality services in all these areas for our community, and that the Richmond residents feel like they are being served properly by the city, and that we are doing whatever we need to fill the gaps. Because sometimes the leadership in the county is not in favor of West County, and they send more to other parts. So we need to step up in our leadership and fill gaps like this.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, so I'm really, really happy to hear that we got more numbers for rides in there, and they were accounting for all of the paratransit services, not just the vans. Because I think that was also a big part of the problem, is that that number of vans for that cost made it look crazy. It just looked crazy. It looked like we were like limousine service, like worse. So now I imagine the numbers look much better, and with having so many more rides to put in there for cost per ride, probably went way, way down. So I'm happy to support this and move the item.
I think, yeah, we have a motion and a second, so. Yeah.
Okay.
Say, so in total, for fiscal year 23-24, there were almost, with all of the programming, nearly 20,000 rides provided. There was 1,676 for paratransit, approximately 600 rides in Transmetro, and 17,442 for Lyft.
Yeah, I think the problem before is it was only taking into consideration that 1,600 for full cost.
Right.
And it was a crazy cost per ride.
Right.
Absolutely. And once we recognize that, we are doing a much better job of collecting data and presenting it. We're even showing CCTA how we, using our new database and software system, how we can do better at sharing information with them.
All right, roll call?
We have one public speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Sabrina, can you call the public speaker, please?
Emily Ross.
Hi, I'm sorry. I know it's late. I just got really excited about this item and I wanted to say a thank you to staff. I'm sorry you're dealing with the performance improvement plan. I super support your recommendation to, continue operating this program in-house. I hope we can focus on improving service quality, but to the city staff, I just really appreciated your framing around the importance of this service and your commitment to continuing and improving it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. Now, roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our last item, item P5.
May I?
Sorry.
The Iranian New Year known as
Nowruz.
Nowruz, okay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are hundreds of thousands of Iranians live in the Bay Area, and Nowruz is celebrated also from other people in the Middle East, like from Afghanistan, Turkey, Kurdistans of different countries, Central Asia, and there are other immigrants. And I already had one table here, the first year. On the last eve of the last Wednesday of the year, last Chorshanbe, people jump over fire, asking the fire to give them its redness on the cheeks, makes them healthy, and they give their yellowness and sickness to the fire. It has been going on for thousands of years. When fire has been sacred in that part of the world. Long story short, a Persian Center in Berkeley used to celebrate it, hold an event for it, and thousands of people would go. They would close off the street, and that wasn't enough. There was a huge parking lot behind Barnes and Nobles. People used it. There was DJ vendors, food for sale. And then they built up apartment buildings in that parking lot. So Berkeley is not holding the event anymore. Those people either go to San Rafael, my family and I went to San Rafael last year, or they go to Santa Clara. When it was being held in Berkeley, people would come from as far as Santa Cruz or Monterey, from all over the Bay Area. It's a huge event and attracts people. When I suggested to people who hold it in Berkeley to bring it to Richmond, they said, no, Richmond doesn't have a good name, or cars will be damaged or broken into if you come to Richmond. And so that made me even more determined to make a good name for Richmond. The first year, we may not have as many people to attend because we need to make a big name. I hope we can have the ceremony on the eve of last Wednesday, which is the last Tuesday of the year, which is March 18th, at Marina Bay Park, which is outdoor, has lots of space with vendors. And I don't know how many people will make it, but I'm very confident that over the next 3-4 years, it will reach thousands. Richmond can prove that it can hold cultural events and bring people from everywhere. So it's good for businesses. It's a very beautiful cultural event. It's very suitable for people of all ages, all cultures. Is beautiful tradition and ceremony. So I'm asking the meeting of that Tuesday either be canceled or moved. It's the third Tuesday of March, or be moved to the second Tuesday of March, so we can have that event.
Do we have any public speakers?
If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. And we don't have any takers.
Okay. So any comments? No questions? I'd like to ask about how that might impact our schedule in March.
March of next year?
Yes, March.
I believe that puts moving the meeting from the 18th to the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. The meetings that we have in February would be the 4th, the 18th, 25th. Then we'd skip 1 week and come back on the 11th. And then the 25th. We would only have 2 meetings in March.
What about the first meeting in March? We always have a first Tuesday.
Okay, so that's, we'll have 4 meetings in a row.
Yeah.
If we do that.
So, are we okay with 4 meetings in a row? Okay.
Mayor, if the council is so inclined, if we can smooth it out, could we maybe just have 3? I mean, we don't need, not to decide now, but later on, we'll see how we're doing, like in January, February. And then if it seems like we don't need to have 4, maybe not have 4 in a row.
Okay, and
So like adopt how it is now, but then like we can look at it when we get closer to the date. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
well,
Pam, is that?
we need a motion and a second.
So I make the motion that we move the city council meeting of Tuesday, March 18th to March 11th, and also allocate $3,000 for the program.
So I thought money was already allocated.
It was allocated and it was 5,000, but because we didn't have money for El Sobrante Stroll, city manager took 2,000 out of it. We're left with 3,000, but now we have more budget if needed. Hopefully we'll allocate more.
It's 12:17. I would need to review my emails to confirm the status.
So let's just agree on moving the city council meeting for now. We'll talk about the cost later.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Bana, seconded by Jimenez. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Mark your calendars to jump over the fire.
Okay. So, are we ready to adjourn, or do we want to do reports of officers?
Oh. Bonna
No?
wants to do reports.
Bonnet wants to do reports.
I'm here.
But it'll be recorded. Okay, we adjourn.
All right,
Wait.
thank you.
Oh, yes. We do need to adjourn in honor of, and I didn't bring my notes with me, so maybe I have it on my phone. No, yeah, someone important, and I do want to honor this person. Rats. So, if this is, what is it? Yes, in honor of, come on, phone, work with me. Richard Stanley Cochin, who, my phone's not working with me. Anyway, Richard, I hate technology. Richard Cogin, and I can't say anything else about him because my phone's not opening up to show me the information, but we will give him a proper acknowledgement at our next meeting. So my apologies to the family and to people who know him and love him. So with that, this meeting's adjourned.